minutes straight, I gotta tell you. Get the blood circulating back to my lower half a little bit. But the good news is you can always picture Shay Freeman if you're ever about to come too fast in bed. Always remember, picture Shay Freeman.
Do people do that? Do they come too fast?
Sometimes.
Have you ever?
Yeah.
How fast?
This is very, very fast.
Like in terms of seconds, how many seconds?
Man, there's been some times where it's been between 5 and 10 seconds.
Wow, dude. You're like the Flash.
Yeah.
Wow. How about you? As far as have you ever come real fast?
Daily.
Right?
How about you? What's the fastest you've ever come?
I don't know about coming, but I'm moving over into the next chair real fast. Now you have your arm around me, so I'm moving.
Kill Tony. All right, let's keep this fun trade moving along. We have a golden ticket winner who was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
Make some noise for the return of Jack Shaw, everybody.
My girlfriend and I did mushrooms together pretty recently, you know. How do you guys like mushroom? I fucking hated it. I had a horrible time. She was having a great time. I started panicking and she tried to calm me down, but the only thing I remember her saying to me was, although there's another thing I remember too. At one point she goes, Jack, my pussy feels crazy. And I said, oh, me too. And then during the trip, I start writing about Epstein. I start journaling about Epstein. I'm such a bad hang. You should not do drugs with me. I start writing about Epstein, but I did get something good out of it. I realized that, to me, the funniest part about the Epstein files is that when you log on to the library to look at the files, the first question it asks is, are you 18? And if you click no, you're in. Thank you, guys.
Jack Shaw doing it in his hometown. How do you feel, Jack?
This is amazing. This is so cool. Holy shit. I'm actually having a bit of a panic attack right now, so that's awesome.
I love it.
Holy shit. Okay.
I love it.
Jack, the curiosity is killing me. What's in the bag? Oh, it's in the bag. What's in the fucking bag, Gabriel? Okay, so I'm from LA, right? And I wanted to bring you some gifts from Los Angeles, Tony. Would that be cool with you?
Absolutely. I lived here for almost 20 years, but sure. Yeah, give me some gifts from LA.
Well, you gave me a golden ticket, so I wanted you to get you a Pray the Gay Away camp ticket. And so I made you something important. This first one's an anal chastity belt. Let me get it out really quick.
Wow.
Can we play some music?
I don't think you're supposed to say what it is before giving it, but okay.
We'll play some music while I get it out.
All right. Is it a menorah with dildos instead of candles? All right. Here we go. It's a real live show, everybody.
First one. Okay. All right. Okay. Bear with me. This first one, if you can put it on and you turn around and...
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
And since we're in Hollywood, you can have a little fun with it, dude. You can have a little fun, so you got a little...
You've heard of Carrot Top. This is Yarmulke Top, everybody. Okay. All right.
Okay, I got two more. Don't worry. We'll get out of here. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. Here he is. Taking up a lot of real estate like a typical Jew.
Okay, all right. So this next one I got for you in, surfing's big in Los Angeles, so I got you this from West Hollywood. This is a boogie board from West Hollywood, okay?
It's another... Okay.
It's a cool gay board, dude.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
All right, let's do the third one.
Dude, I gotta tell you, if this doesn't work out the way you're dressed, you can get a job at any funeral.
Okay, we'll get out of here on this one. This one I got for you from my synagogue. This is a Jewish wallet. So on one side you can have the media, and on the other the World Bank.
Wow.
Okay, this was not great. All right, thank you guys so much.
One more time for Jack Shaw, everybody. So Jewish that he literally just bombed civilians here at the Intuit Dome. The only guy that I think brought family out tonight just bombed live on this show, everybody. It's incredible. How about a hand for the Latino man mopping absolutely nothing? It's a man with a mop standing out in front of 15,000 people, doing nothing at all whatsoever. He's very excited. All right, your next bucket pool goes by the name of Chris Aguirre, everybody. Here comes Chris Aguirre.
Thank you. I went to JCPenney the other day. Guys, nobody shops there anymore. It's all just Mexicans. I went to the front entrance, and they had a 12-year-old chubby boy guarding the entrance. Hey, hear me out. Hear me out. I went up to the boy. I went up to the boy and asked him, "Aren't you a little too young to be working here?" And he said, "Mind your own business, playboy." I was like, "Okay, I apologize." So I went up to him and I apologized. Wow, this got a lot worse than I thought.
Are you done? Yeah. Okay, all right. Wow. Chris. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy, Chris?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been doing comedy?
A year.
A year. Where at?
San Diego, California.
Okay. What do you think happened tonight? They don't like you. They don't like San Diego.
They don't like JCPenney either.
They don't like JCPenney. They didn't like your setup. They didn't like your punchlines. They didn't like the fact that you pranced out here like a little reindeer real quick. That was kind of weird. They don't like your delivery. Tell them something that's going to make you like them. You're here in the heart of Los Angeles. You're right by the airport.
Well, it might go to a surprise to you. I'm actually going to be moving here in a couple months to pursue comedy full time. I know. Wow.
If you've ever wondered what it's like to do comedy in a haunted house, this is the most booze you're ever going to hear.
Wow. Are you gay, Chris? I'm getting a little gay vibe from you. You gay?
What?
Are you gay?
No.
Oh.
I'm in a relationship.
Am I that gay? I'm not that gay, right? He's more gay than me, right? Wow, Chris, I'm trying everything here. Before letting you go, I'm trying everything for you to get one pop, to get the crowd to like you one time. Is there something about you, Chris, that you think the people of Los Angeles would love to know about you?
Yeah, sometimes I'll go to gay bars just to see if guys hit on me.
Hold on. I asked if you're gay. You said no.
But I'm not gay. You know, I'm just, I go just to see if I get, just get my spirits up a little bit.
You go to gay bars to see if you guys will hit on you. Taking an opportunity from an actual gay man, much like you did signing up for the bucket tonight, taking an opportunity away from a comedian. And either way,
It's nice to get a compliment every once in a while.
there you go. At least Redman got rid of his one fart noise already.
So, can I ask him something?
Gabriel Iglesias.
Okay, brother. You've been doing this for about a year, right? Sorry? You've been doing this for about a year?
For a year, yeah.
Okay. How many shows do you think you've done? How many performances?
I perform like 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I was doing that new joke.
The question I want to ask is, what is the funniest closer? What's the way that you get off stage every night when you perform that makes you go, you know what? I'm funny enough to be on Kill Tony. What's that closer joke?
Give us the one joke.
Right now, the one joke that you're like, this is what I close on.
Your best joke right now. We're giving him one chance.
Alright, so I saw on the news that San Diego Police Department is going to start using ketamine darts on wild animals that roam populated areas. Have you guys heard about this?
You can't ask questions like that. You gotta fucking go, dude. You gotta go. You're leaving the Go ahead. Jesus fuck me.
If anyone finds a realistic bear costume, please come find me. I'll be outside.
Alright, Chris.
I think there'll be a realistic bear costume at that gay bar you're hanging out at.
Here's a little joke bug. And man, I forgot to give fucking the shit face guy a real joke bug.
Wait, the what face?
The guy that was shit face. There he goes, Chris.
Oh, I thought you meant elevator door face punk.
You guys remember when the guy with the crazy face was up here? And then Heidi and Val came up and like it was all hot and fun again? I'm about to do that with comedy right now. I'm going to the Legends bucket, everybody. We're gonna stage this room as Chris Aguirre's set. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the reason why so many of us ended up in Austin, Texas. He convinced Rogan, he convinced a lot of people. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest comedians of all time. This is Kill Tony legend, comedy legend, one of my best friends, the one and only Ron White.
I know we're having a really good time tonight, but I'm going to start with this. We just had to bury one of our comedy brothers who took his own life 2 weeks ago, and I would like to remind everybody that you never know when it's going to be the last time you see someone, so never ever hesitate to tell somebody, I'm going to need that money. Netflix festival, man, how great, right? I think they added some categories to the warnings on Netflix films to make them seem more interesting. I was just watching a movie the other night. The warning was this long, had categories I'd never heard of. It said, warning, violence, gore, adult situations, nudity, sexual situations, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, smoking. I'm like, am I in this? During the pandemic, I know on Netflix they had that one button that said "Surprise Me," and I never pushed it because I just don't trust those motherfuckers, you know. And eventually, I watched everything on television on Netflix there was to watch. I was just staring at that thing, and eventually I pushed it, and it was my parents fucking. And I gotta tell you, I was surprised. Where did you get this footage? So I lived here for years. I lived in Beverly Hills and moved to Austin. And what's spurred the move on was I hated my neighbor's wife. And that's the worst thing you can have is a bad neighbor. You have to move. You can't kill them. I looked it up. And we lived on a cliff with views from downtown LA all the way to the ocean. And I spoke to this woman twice in 3 years, both times ridiculously unpleasant. The first time she accused me of stealing their newspaper, and she was really shitty about it. We had a company, and she made us, well, you stole our newspaper. You know you did. You've done it before. Blah 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 blah, or whatever she said. And I said, lady, if you know anything about me, you know I don't steal. I don't read a fucking newspaper. And I slammed the door in her face. Now I totally stole their newspaper. And they had footage from their security camera they were able to send to my phone. I don't know how they did that. But I'm like, yeah, it looks like me in my robe walking over to your house. That's your driveway bending over. Those are my balls. Picking up a newspaper. You could be onto something, sleuthy. But I still thought it was shitty of her to bring it up in public. The second time was just a little while back. I bought some new patio furniture. And the new patio furniture had an umbrella that was blocking her view of Century City. And she came over to my house with steam just shooting out of her stupid little fucking ears. And she bangs on the door. She goes, "You gotta move that umbrella. You gotta move it now. You're blocking my view of Century City. It makes my house worth less money. I can call the police. Now move that umbrella. Move it now." That's how she talked. Move it now. Now, I gotta tell you, if she would have asked me nice to move it, I probably would have done it because I like to be a good neighbor and I really wasn't sold on the umbrella one way or the other. But now, ooh, I love it. I do. And my favorite thing about it is where it is, and that's where it will always be. I told the bigger one I ordered on Amazon Prime gets there on Tuesday, and I will essentially be able to block the sun from her home. She will no longer be able to grow vegetables, and her entire family will die of fucking scurvy. What I hate about myself is when I get into a verbal altercation with somebody, I just get vicious, and I don't even know why. And sometimes it's like I'm watching myself doing it. Ron, you really think they deserve this? I'm like, fuck you, motherfucker. Go get them, cowboy. And that's what happened to this lady. She's walking away, and she goes, "I'm going to tell my husband you said I was a and I said, "He knows." Thanks for playing along. It's all,
Hell yeah.
Kill Tony's living in a roost over here. We're not leaving a stone unturned. We're going to find the best, funniest person on this planet. And we're going to have him on this stage. Thanks to you guys. Thanks a lot.
One more time for the great Ron White, everybody. Come on. A fucking bull has to follow that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to meet them all together. Make some noise for bucket pool number 3. It's Damien Regal. Damien Regal.
I think all female turned male transgenders should have to play hero football in the NFL. Not to prove that men are stronger than women, but so that scientists can study a brain that's been damaged twice. My girlfriend and I have been going plastic free lately. Do you know how hard it is to carve a dildo out of wood? And why did she want me to stain it black? We did try it once, but I got splinters in my ass. My girlfriend and I have been in an open relationship for the last 6 months. I just haven't told her yet. I'm afraid to tell her because dating again is hard for a guy that's 5'9". And, you know, honestly, the hardest part about being 5'9" is having a big dick. I never get to use it. She did find out, though, when we broke up. Now the only time I touch women is when I titty fuck strippers and hug my mom.
Okay, Damien Regal. Welcome.
Damien Regal.
Damien Regal.
Thank you.
Okay.
You made him sound international the way you said it.
Yeah, it's spelled differently. It's R-I-G-E-L.
R-I-G-O-L.
Yeah. Okay. Regal. Regal.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my second mic.
Wow. What made you want to sign up for this in front of 15,000 people?
I've been watching your show since the Vulcan Gas Company days.
Yeah.
And I really love it. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Shout out Vulcan. It's where we built a fucking little empire in Austin, Texas while waiting for the mothership to be built. And after a real shitty club in Austin decided that we were too racist for them. Bunch of pussies. But anyway, Vulcan's the shit. You are correct. So where was the other open mic at that you tried?
It was in Seattle, and that transgender joke got booed so hard.
Yeah, I bet. Seattle's a real dumb. Let's check in with Harlan Williams.
You know what I love about comedy, Tony? You just never know who's going to do it. Like anyone from any walk of life could do stand-up comedy. And for the cover model for Just for Men hair color to come in here and blow this room apart, God bless you, you funny little freak from Finland.
I must say, it looks so natural that no one can tell. Just for Men gel.
A guy in the back asked if you starred in that Elton John biopic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him no.
Okay, it is your second mic. Good job, Damien. Well
Stick
tried.
to material. Stick to material, you bearded freak.
Well,
Okay, I'm changing it from Just for Men to ISIS. How about that?
you look good, Damien. What do you do for a living?
I'm a certified public accountant. I do tax returns for a living.
Wow. Oh, this is South Los Angeles. They do not believe in paying taxes here.
Yeah.
You're the captain? Can I ask you a math question?
Sure.
Why don't they just call 7-Eleven stores 18?
I don't know.
You're not no doubt. You're a model. You're a model for beard color and hair color. When I get home, I'm going to slap my sister's giant fat face just because you were born.
You're causing a lot of trouble here, Damien.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
I'm thoroughly impressed at the fact. If you would have said I've been doing this for a year, I thought your confidence, the way you came out, the way you present, you had to follow Ron White
Yeah.
for doing this 2 times.
Thank you.
I wasn't that funny.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to have that kind of confidence and that voice, and so kudos to you, bro.
There's a little gay guy that's been doing it for a year in San Diego. He fucking bombed his ass off up here earlier. For a second mic, you're absolutely crushed, buddy. And for that, you will, Redman?
I did write a Kill Tony song. I don't know if you want to hear it. It's a rap song, but
I don't believe in letting accountants do rap songs.
Okay.
Redman?
You said you painted wood for your girlfriend, like black dildo. Isn't there a lot of black wood in Malibu right now? Like you could.
That's what happens when Redman talks, everybody. Wow. Look at that. I can't quite hear you. What's that noise you're making for Redman? There you go. You deserve it. Buddy, even though it's your second time and you started strong and it flailed out at the end because it's such a good second time, you're getting a big jump. But congratulations. His second time ever on a stage in front of 15,000 people. That can only happen on Kill Tony, by the way. But you know what? We could go to the next bucket pool, but I got a little itch. I'm in the mood to go back to the Legends bucket again. I don't know why this early in the show. I probably shouldn't. It's probably a mistake on my part, but oh, all right. So somebody's pranking me, obviously. This can't be real. What a joke. Very funny, guys. This is hilarious. But I'll say the name anyway because it's in the bucket. Make some noise for Tony Hinchcliffe, everybody.
What's up? One more time for the best goddamn band in the land. You know, Kill Tony just signed a huge deal with Fox. Yeah, the show is in great hands until 2028, when we lose all our regulars to the Special Olympics. Hey, what's the difference between a Catholic priest and a zit? A zit will wait till you're 12 before it comes on your face. You guys want to hear some jokes on my favorite KT regulars? Dedrick Flynn moved from the ATL to the ATX. but he's most comfortable when he's robbing white women at an ATM. Black. You know, Dedrick is one of my best regulars. We gave him a regular spot after his first minute, and then I realized it was his only good minute. He's like Scam Patterson. Black. Dedrick is from Atlanta, which is why he looks like Andre $3,000 in overdraft fees. Dedrick is from Georgia, like Ray Charles. You know what else he has in common with Ray Charles? Neither of them have seen Dedrick's father. I'm kidding. Dedrick's father is dead. He was going to get him cremated, but the funeral home said he was already ashy. That's all right. That was ChatGPT wrote that. Black. Dedrick's been inside more fat white women than Ozempic. Dedrick is from Atlanta. He was conceived when his mom let 10 guys run a midnight train in Georgia. Timmy No Breaks. Keep it going for Timmy motherfucking No Breaks. I love Timmy. AKA Andrew Dice Gay. Timmy is the first guy to become a Kill 20 regular by pretending to be retarded. Timmy has the enthusiasm of a child and the mustache of a guy who fucked that child. Timmy wears aviator sunglasses just like Joe Biden because they're both brain-dead morons that everyone likes to laugh at. Unlike me and Donald Trump, who are both cool, strong alpha males that definitely like to have sex with women. Oh my God. Newsflash, Timmy, if I wanted to see a bad comedian succeed with a stupid fake character, I'd call Adam Ray. Timmy looks like he has Freddie Mercury poisoning. Brian Redband is here. Keep it going for Brian motherfucking Redband. Peanut butter to my jelly. Brian, if you're here, who's down at the body shop asking the strippers if they want to do a set on The Secret Show? Redband is like the Harvey Weinstein of the open mic scene, except instead of a potted plant, he jerks off into a pot pie. Sad. Redband loves AI. It looks like he was generated by ChatPIG. Redband has produced podcasts for me and Joe Rogan. It's a shame his body isn't as good at producing insulin. Redband's vibe can best be described as the one guy who comments on Pornhub videos. Ari Matty looks like every guy Bruce Willis killed in the Die Hard movies. Ari used to do MMA and went 0-3. Do you know how bad you have to be at fighting to go 0-3 in Estonia? That's like being a black guy and losing a big dick contest in Hong Kong. Sorry, I forgot my next joke. I started talking about big dicks and got distracted. Now we get to the man of the hour, the greatest roaster of all time. Me! What can you say about me that hasn't also been said about Jesus? Mainly that he's a little twink who will get voluntarily nailed by 12 guys. We're really doing it. 15 years ago, I declared myself one of the top young rising comedians in the world. But no matter how much I rise, I'm still at bottom. Tony, if we're here, who's haunting an abandoned carnival? I look like a vampire who only bites people with AIDS. Look at this, 2 Tonys, and I can finally live my dream of having sex with myself. Every time I fuck a guy, I start off by saying, oh my God, we're really doing it, Redband. Thank you so much.
Wow. I mean, it simply doesn't get any better than that. My favorite comedian of all time. One more time for me. I'll tell you what, me. Why don't you join the panel? Because there's no one I'd rather have than me up here. It's so good to have me up here tonight.
Keep it going for the lovely Heidi, everybody.
Whoa.
The lovely Heidi. Perfect, my cigarettes. I'm so good at smoking these. Thanks, Heidi. Oh, it's not Heidi.
Part of being me is having a man attach things to your body.
Perfect.
How about one more time for me, everyone? Well, I'm glad I'm here to enjoy the show with me. Let's get to our next bucket pool, shall we? Bucket pool number 4. I'm so excited you're here. How about one more time for Tony Hinchcliffe, ladies and
God
gentlemen?
bless the United States of America, and God bless Kill Tony.
That's true. Make some noise for your next bucket pool. We're all together. The panel is complete. And now we all see for the first time the comedy stylings of Poncho Moeller. Everybody, here we go.
Every time I grab this microphone, I feel like I'm giving LeBron James a hand job. Any married couples in there out here? Nice, me too. Yeah, I'm happily married 10 years now. To a tall woman, so you can clap for her. Because she definitely did it to disappoint her father. He was expecting Prince Charming and he got me. Or as my mother-in-law says, the handsome one of the bunch. And she's totally right because the other 6 are hideous. But my wife is smart, funny, beautiful, fantastic tits. They're my best friends. And there's questions that come when you're married to a taller woman. Like, Poncho, dude, are you cool with her wearing heels? Absolutely. Why? Well, because it makes her even taller. I'm like, dude, my wife is taller than me when she's on her knees. All the heels do is just make it easier for me to eat her butt standing. And I'm really good at it. Most of you guys call it going down on a chick. I just call it motorboating.
All right, I got to cut you off there, Poncho.
Thank you. Yeah. Perfect.
Welcome, Poncho.
Thank you.
You are absolutely adorable.
Thank you. So are you, Tony.
Thank you, buddy. How long you been doing?
Tony. I'm both, man.
How long you been doing stand-up?
5.5 years.
Wow.
How about in your people's years?
That's 10.5 years.
What do you do for work, Poncho?
I'm a stay-at-home dad. I have 12 animals, and I just get an allowance from my wife because I got it like that.
What does your wife do for work?
She works in pharmaceuticals.
Wow, okay. All right. And what you have 12 different animals? What's
Yeah, 6 dogs and 6 cats.
Wow. Wow. My goodness. How
Wait
many?
a minute, you're a stay-at-home dad?
Yeah.
You're not very good at it, I see you.
Fuck, I got nothing to say to that.
That's right.
Is your wife a normal-sized human?
Yeah, she is. She's 5 foot 8 inches tall.
Wow.
Holy shit, that's a huge bitch.
Yeah.
Where did you guys meet?
We met on the Radio City Christmas Spectacular. She was company management, and I was one of the workshop elves.
Oh my God.
I just lured her in with snickerdoodles. Like, come on. I got what you need, baby.
Were you in the elf costume when you actually met her?
Yes.
Wow.
She's definitely got a fetish.
My God.
If
What was
you
your...
hold your breath, will you turn into Winnie the Pooh?
Don't hold your breath, Poncho.
It's so cute. I just want to throw him on my back and break into Legoland or something.
Let's do it, dude. I can choke you out from up there.
I'm not into that, but maybe this freak.
I'll leave you my cell number on Facebook.
What made you want to get into comedy? Honestly, like, I'm a full-time actor, and it just gets to the point where it's just, you do these auditions, and you're not in control of them, and you don't hear anything back, and comedy is something where you kind of get an instant gratification from people's laughter, you know? And you have more control of it, you know, and it's fun, and I like teaching through, like, humor. Like, you know.
Have you been in anything that we'd recognize you from?
I've been in lots of two Rob Zombie movies, Candyborn, a lot of horror movies.
Short films.
Yeah. No, Red Band, those aren't short films.
Red Band. Those are full-length films, Red Band.
Do you ever jump up and down on your bed until you can grab the ceiling fan and just twirl around like a demented helicopter?
I wish I could. I can't. Yeah.
What are some of the advantages to being a little person that maybe us normies don't know about?
Well, I mean, let's see.
How long does it take you to get Frosted Flakes off the shelf?
Well, my shelves are at the bottom. I have everything on the bottom shelves.
I love it.
Everything up there is empty.
There's a shelf on your bottom.
Thank you.
And you don't have any actual kids, right?
No.
Have you tried, or is that something you guys are interested in, or?
I tried with one of my girlfriends and we had to have an abortion. It sucked.
Oh my God! Do you get a discount if the abortion's half-size abortion?
Definitely.
Okay. All right. And the dogs and the cats, do they ever they act up? What goes on over there with your little zoo that you're running?
It's crazy, dude. We got to put them outside when we have sex.
Why?
Because one of the dogs had its tongue in my ass one time when I was fucking my wife. And it felt really good. And so it's like,
Doesn't it?
yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
That's what they call doggy style.
In my world, yes.
You ever throw a frisbee in the air, catch it in your teeth, and then jump under a bulldozer?
Good question, Harlan. Poncho, before I let you go, what's like the craziest thing that's ever happened to you in your life?
Well, I was a professional skateboarder for a long time. I was actually the first little person professional skateboarder in the entire world.
Wow. Below the center of gravity.
It's not a big deal, though, because there was only two of us, so it's like...
Right. Amazing.
And I got jerked off in back of the taxi with Wee Man.
Wee Man was with you? We love Wee Man. Wee Man's the man.
Wait, can you do that again real quick? Got it.
It looks like a baby chicken trying to fly.
I love it.
Can you do that and run at the same time? Make the chicken noise if you do. Come on.
I just see that.
Absolutely.
I'm a rooster.
Rooster? Okay. Act like a cock.
This show's out of control. Poncho, even though it's funny to give you a small joke book and a medium joke book and say that it's a big joke book, I'm just going to give you a big joke book, buddy. There you go. Poncho.
Thank you so
Homer,
much,
everybody.
Great job.
Let's just keep this fun train moving along. I'd imagine it's going to take him a while to get off the stage. He doesn't have the largest gait, if you know what I mean. There he goes. One more time for Poncho, everybody. Adorable. That's a full-grown midget right there, ladies and gentlemen. Only on Kill Tony can you see things quite like this.
Never seen an Ewok live before.
Yup, 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 yup. Is that how they talk? Yup, 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 yup. From
Yeah.
the Ewoks?
Yeah,
What does it mean? Yup, 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 yup. Anyone know?
we should have asked him when he was still up here.
Yup, 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 yup.
All right, we're going to keep it moving along.
Oh, can't a guy be curious anymore? God.
Oh, we're very curious, aren't we? Me.
Why curious?
I love that you're doing an impression of yourself.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is a golden ticket winner that is one of the youngest ever golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Some people call him the first ever Kill Tony musical prodigy. This is his first ever appearance in LA. Make some noise for Tony Scar, everybody.
Folks, this is my fucking dream. This is fantastic. This is amazing. It's my dream to struggle to pull the fucking mic stand up in an arena, dude. It really is.
Jesus fucking Christ. So I wrote a song about the American dream. You guys want to hear it? The American dream is supposed to be to get a wife and kids and then divorce. Cause every real man knows the sign of a great woman is that she's under 24. How about that last bucket bowl? Wasn't that shit great? Oompa Loompa, Charlie Chips dropped the factory. Mommy. As a kid, I dreamed that I could be an astronaut. If Katy Perry can do it, why can't I? So I trained just like she did. I kissed a girl and I liked it. Then to get to space, I flew 100 guys. My upstairs neighbor's dream is to be the best tap dancer in the world. And my dream is that his little boy grows up to become a little girl. There's a 6-year-old dwarf out there whose dream is to grow up. Good luck. There's vegans that spend every day trying to save the earth. Who gives a fuck? You wanna lie? Get a fat lie. Dream bigger. Hire your favorite black guy to sing nigger. I've done that bit a lot around the country. I owe a lot of black guys money. I did that bit in South Detroit, and they punched me in the tummy. 2 Tony Hinchcliffes on the Williams by the side, so Tony can sit in the cup chair as he gets coconut pie. The American dream can be anything, so set aside the time. If I wouldn't have bombed that first fucking line, I swear that this would be mine. Thank you, the Tony Scar. We got there, folks.
Tony Scar, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Scar.
I thought it was great, Tony. You're something else, man. There's just simple things that, no one knows that you're messing up until you say that you're messing up. No one knew you were having a problem with the mic stand until you said it. You know what I mean? You just gotta fucking stay in that pocket. These people absolutely love you. You're a young guy. We're watching you grow up in real time.
I love you.
He loves LA.
I love Louisiana.
Oh, shit.
Dude, LA's been fucking awesome.
Yeah.
This place rocks. I went to the Comedy Store. I bought like 4 jokes. It was fucking crazy, dude. I went to Venice Beach. That was fun, dude.
Yeah.
This place is fucking rocks.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah.
Did you see the sea turtle?
Can I ask, what is your process for finding the black guy in every city to do that? Do you just walk up? I find the worst neighborhood and I hold out my wallet and then you just wait. You know what I mean? It's like leaving bait.
It's easy.
I pay him well.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. How's your love life like, Tony?
My love life is it's going all right. It's going okay. It's not. It's horrible. That's okay. It's all good. You gotta sacrifice some things to chase your dreams, and that's one of them where you can't hold down a relationship and be toured. And
Have you kissed a girl since being in Los Angeles, California?
I have not.
Is there a girl out there that wants to come get some of these comments real quick? That one right there? Come on up, sweetheart.
Bring her up.
Hurry up. Make it faster than that. Come on.
Come on.
She's get her up there, Cole.
She's saying that's the animal from the bottom.
Go that way. Normally, I don't think we've ever actually done this in an arena before, but for 13 years we've had a segment where if someone hasn't had their first kiss in that city, this is Tony, this is your first time in LA, right?
Yeah, and I'm so glad you picked a woman.
Look at this.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Move your guitar.
Make it a good one.
Take a big joke book with you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna throw one at her. Get her to sign a release. She looks like the type that would sue.
Was that Tia Tequila?
Tila Tequila, that's a good topical reference.
You got it.
Tila Tequila's very topical right now.
She died?
Let's get a replay of that. That might be one of the greatest kisses in the history of Kill Tony.
Wow. Oh my God.
Absolutely incredible. Tony, look at you.
My husband's gonna be pissed, dude. He's fun.
Oh my God. Is that your girlfriend, sir, with the pink hair? No? Okay. Fuck yeah. Absolutely unbelievable. How about one more time for the girl that did that? Where'd she go?
That's great. I love her. I'm in love.
Here you go.
Wasn't she the lead in Two Girls, One Cup?
Hey, pink hair.
I can taste it on her. Yeah.
Pink hair. Give this to her. Hey, up here. Hey, you dumb slut. Hey. All right, pass it forward to her. Sorry, I'm a little bit stronger than usual. Rogan injected me with big peptides this morning.
Joe's got the best peptides ever.
He's my best friend in the world.
I love me some Joe Rogan.
I love Joe Rogan. One more time for Tony Scar, ladies.
I got a couple of things if you don't mind, Tony.
All right, Tony, go
I
ahead.
got a podcast out right now called the Too Soon Podcast where I don't fuck up the lines.
Okay.
That's out right now. I'm on tour right now, Golden Ticket Tour. And if you want to vote on my next song, you can vote on my Instagram, Scar Comedy. I want to hear what you guys want to hear.
There you
Fucking
go.
do it.
Tony Scar, ladies and gentlemen. Some plugs out there.
There he goes.
We're going to keep it moving right along. Normally, I would go back to the bucket, but I'm feeling itchy again. I want another golden ticket winner. I want to bring this fucking place
Down.
down. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. You know her, you love her. She is here in the flesh, alive and stronger than ever. Make some noise for the great Fiona Cawley.
Hell yeah. I recently was asked to headline a disability Comic-Con. A little redundant. I assumed it would just be like a room full of wheelchair people, you know? I showed up and I was the only wheelchair person there. It was literally a room full of 400 furries. Yeah, so the disability they were talking about, it was autism, right? Dude, I got there, I'm doing my material and I am bombing my fucking dick off. Okay, like, it's so quiet in this room that you could hear a tail drop. Okay. So I'm like scrambling and I start doing crowd work. Okay, but I will tell y'all it is impossible to do crowd work to a room of people that will not make eye contact with you. I'm bombing so bad that I opened this up to a fucking Q&A. Alright? And I shit you not, a fucking cat in the front row raised her paw and she goes, yeah, why haven't you killed yourself yet? Like, bitch, we don't all have 9 lives. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god. Seeing second Tony, it's so scary. It's like, I feel like a baby seeing its dad without his beard for the first time. I don't like it.
You got it. Fiona, how's it going?
Really good. I did just get to do one of the craziest things. I'm from Nashville and there's this, hell yeah, you know, it is true. There's a place in White House, Tennessee called Zooland or something, Zootopia.
Okay.
A fucking monkey stole my wheelchair.
No.
Yeah, and monkeys have like really big clits. Did y'all know that?
Yep,
Sure.
of course. I have the internet.
They also have bubble gum on their ass.
Yeah, I'm scared of monkeys, and I didn't know that.
What did the monkey do with your wheelchair exactly?
Well, it was like biting the nipple.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and it kept driving it around, and I was scared to touch it because monkeys are really creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, there was one that came up here earlier during Tony's set and said the N-word. It was crazy, dude. Anything to... Is that a groan I heard, Los Angeles? Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Fiona, that looks like a new chair. Is it a new chair?
It is a new chair. Hell yeah, it's still super handy. Thank you.
Fiona, you are just unbelievable. Everybody loves you. They got up on their feet when you came out. You're a huge part of the Kill Tony world.
Love you.
Everyone loves you.
Can I just say,
Yeah, Gabriel.
you know, on top of being very funny and creative with your comedy, you're incredibly likable. You're very just, there's something about you that you just automatically, we love you. Continued success to you. Every time I see you do this show, you kill it. Keep killing it. And put a lock on your chair for those monkeys.
We love you, ladies and gentlemen. The great Fiona Cawley, everybody. Come on.
Jesus.
Grand band. How about one more time for the lovely Heidi and Fiona Cawley, everybody? Back to the fucking we go. Fucking poll. Number whatever. Here it is. Lewis News, everybody. Here comes Lewis News for us, everybody.
Wow, this is crazy. Man, I love doing stand-up because after a show, people will say really nice things to you. Other times they say things that keep you up at night. Like one night after a show, a lady came up to me. She's like, "You're really funny." She's like, "You remind me of a lesbian George Lopez." Damn, I don't like how hard you guys laughed at that. No, I'm from Minneapolis, but like most Mexicans, I was born in California. At least that is what I've been telling a lot of white people lately. No, but I grew up in a town so small in Minnesota, like I didn't always live in Minneapolis. Like the question I got the most growing up is, what kind of Mexican are you? That is a hard question to answer when you are 6 years old. Because I didn't know if I wanted to be the drywall kind or the roofing kind. Once I got older, I realized I wanted to become the landscaping kind. Hell yeah. Thank you.
Louis Ooze, ladies and gentlemen. One more time for Louis Ooze.
Lewis, how long you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for 3 years.
Where at?
Minneapolis.
Okay, wow. What brought you here today?
I opened for the Moods.
Oh, Little Momo. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
How did you meet him?
I opened for him in St. Paul. After the show, he's like, I don't really listen to people that go before me, but he's like, you were funny, you were cracking me up, and you got good reactions from the crowd. I want to bring you on the road.
It's incredible. Absolutely amazing. What's Minneapolis like nowadays? Is it like we only see it on the news when it's dragging our country down?
You know, there is one benefit to having these nice visitors in Minneapolis, and I was cleaning up with white women on the dating apps. It's been pretty good.
What's your favorite type of woman, Ooze?
Blue hair. The real liberal kind.
Okay. A Smurf, as we call them.
If they're short enough, I don't want to give them labels.
I will.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
So, how do you make a living?
I'm actually a metrologist for a pharmaceutical company.
What exactly is that?
Metrology is the science of measurements.
Wow.
It is the most boring science out there.
Amazing.
Yes.
How did you get into that?
Well, I went from dealing drugs to making them. That's the pipeline.
Amazing.
Amazing. That's the dream.
It is the dream.
You have a girlfriend? What's your love life like?
It's terrible. I do this.
Yeah. You don't ever get, like, lucky on the road or anything?
I don't really try, but, I mean, I'll take some suitors tonight.
No, we already did that. We don't do it twice an episode.
No first kiss in LA?
No, but I will show you what you missed. This could have been you. Do you still have the replay loaded up, guys? Can we get that makeout one more time that Tony Scar got to have? Just to let you know, this would have been you.
Could have been you.
If you were luckier. Yeah, that would have been you.
That.
I know.
It's like Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan, and you've got mail.
I know. Right now, you're jealous of him, and I'm jealous of her.
I could never be a white guy that plays guitar.
I gotta ask Tony.
Go right ahead. The great Harlan Williams, 2025 Guest of the Year. Dumb and Dumber. So many great movies. The new hit movie, Wingman.
Oh, yes, my new movie, Wingman, out on May 26th. Please support it. Apple TV, all the streamers. May 26th in Australia here. Wingman. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question for Lewis?
My thing is, why don't we bring Lady Lavender back up and give him a shot? He is a lesbian.
You wouldn't do it again, would you? She won't do it again. No, she's a good fan, but she's not that good of a fan.
Wow. She could have had a lesbian. She could have.
Let's go. Come on.
With George Lopez.
A little bit faster.
Yeah, a little faster.
How you feeling, bro?
This is crazy.
You should definitely take your shirt off,
It's
bro.
about to get crazy.
Take your shirt off. Yeah, get it off.
Take your pants off, too. Take your pants off.
Leave the shirt off while she's making out so she can play with your dirty areolas. Doesn't it look
No,
like
keep
an
it off.
areola?
Keep it off. Keep it off.
Punched a baby in the face.
Come on, can we get her up here a little bit faster? Come on. Cole, let's go.
Come on, get him up
Jesus
there.
fucking Christ. It's one of the slowest sluts I've ever seen in my life.
You mean slug?
Let's go.
Here she comes.
Here we go.
You're great. You're fantastic.
Get in there.
Do you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen?
Motorboater.
Oh, my God. take a Sharpie. Take a Sharpie. Oh, shit. She's going to sign it. Oh, my God.
Katy Perry.
Wow. Look at that. Wow. You can keep that. That's an official Kill Tony Sharpie. You earned it.
Oh my God. Now you go home, tell all your friends you just molested George Lopez.
How about one more time for this girl, everybody? The best things in the world here in the Kill Tony universe.
Make a wish, bro.
You're welcome.
That was my make-a wish. I can get deported happily now.
That was your make a bitch. How about that?
This is the first time in Kill Tony history that 2 people contracted HPV.
Somehow I ended up feeling like a whore after that. I don't know. That's crazy.
It looked like it. Tell me again why your areolas are so small. They look like fish eyes.
I don't know. I got them from my mom.
Good Lord, give them back. I can smell them from here.
They're killing. They're killing. This is crazy.
How did it feel? How did it taste?
It tasted pretty good.
Let's see a replay of it.
No, we don't got to. We don't got to.
Yeah.
Let's take it back.
Wow. Oh, my God. I think I see some matching tattoos there. This looks like a...
Shazam.
It looks like Red Band when he gets a beef and cheddar at Arby's.
Oh, she's a trooper. Look at... Oh, he's the one that pulled back. Wait a second. Wait, let's go back to that replay. Let's see that replay one more time. There's a moment where he pulls back there. Lewis, much like in the UFC, I want to know what's going on through your mind. Lewis. Keep the replay going there. Just go back and forth on him pulling back, please. Lewis, I want to talk to Lewis here. Lewis, tell me, what is going on through your mind when you're pulling away from that slut's tongue?
I was expecting a sensual kiss. I didn't know I was about to be tongued like that.
Wow.
Good shit. It is the good shit, but I wasn't expecting it.
Oh,
You know, my first time on stage, I didn't think I would be making out with another lesbian. So this is
that is so Minneapolis of him.
I didn't realize I was going to be taken advantage of up here tonight.
You little pussy.
that's gonna live in my nightmares. I'm gonna have.
It's also going to live on the internet forever, so.
We're live on Tubi, bitch.
Lewis Ooze, here you go, my friend. There's a big joke book.
Shit, cat.
You did it.
Wow.
There goes Lewis. Go ahead. There he goes. Lewis. Oh, Jesus. All right. Wow. I'm going to...
Tony, you guys are making dreams come true today.
It is amazing,
He
right?
looked uncomfortable, but I think he's going to be high-fiving somebody backstage.
Oh, yeah. He just had the time of his life. You can't have fun like that in Minneapolis, Minnesota nowadays.
Have you ever seen areolas like that before, bud?
Try not to focus on stuff like that, Harlan.
They were very tiny. They were very purple. It almost looked like little great Jolly Ranchers or something
It
like
looked
that.
like a raccoon peering out of a dumpster.
You guys think we should go to the Legends bucket again? Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, Kill Tony Legend, frontrunner 2026 guest of the year, along with the many other greats. You know him, he has one of the best specials ever on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for one of our favorites right now in the Kill Tony universe and one of my personal best friends. This is the return of one of the best comedians in the world, Joe DeRosa, everybody.
Los Angeles, how are we? Good to see you guys. I actually went through a breakup recently. I've been self-medicating with strip clubs. Strippers are getting fucking lazy, man. They're getting fucking lazy. I had a stripper come up to me the other night. I go, "Hey, how you doing?" She goes, "I'm tired." I'm sorry, miss. Did you just talk to me like a regular woman? In the middle of my fantasy fights? This was a fantasy nag? I could have went to my mother's house for this. It would have been a lot cheaper. I'm going to be honest. I haven't just been self-medicating with strip clubs. Been hitting a few massage parlors too. There's only one reason as a man you go to a massage parlor. Hand job. Hand job. The happy ending. And for anybody in the audience feeling a little uncomfortable that I'm addressing this subject matter, I know what you're thinking. Oh my God, what about human trafficking? That's half the thrill, goddammit! You're laying in there with your nuts out going, ICE could kick this fucking door open at any minute right now. This place is locked. But here's the funny thing about massage parlors. No matter which one I've ever been to, and it hasn't been a ton in my life, 8 or 9 dozen, but no matter what city I'm in, they all have the same menu. It's like McDonald's. 30-minute massage or 60-minute massage. Both end with a hand job. So you might be wondering, why in God's name would you wait twice as long and pay even more money to get to the same happy ending? It's a great question, and I have an answer. 60-minute massage is actually better. It's better. It's more involved. They work the tissue a little deeper. They work the extremities a little longer. You get a full foot hand rub. Sometimes they walk on your back. It's better. They also finger your asshole. Now, to me, that's the biggest perk of the 60-minute. I think that beats the foot rub is the fingering of the asshole. I was in one time like this on all fours, like a dirty little doggy, wagging my tail. The lady tapped my asshole, and she held her finger up. She said, "Sir, inside or out?" That's not what she said. She said, "Oh, so inside or out?" I don't know why they call it a happy ending. Nobody's happy at the end. Especially her. She's like, "This isn't what they said Delaware would be like. This country stinks." And I'm not happy either because it's expensive. I can't even enjoy the orgasm. Because all I can think about is what I could have spent that money on. Whole orgasm, I'm like, oh, there goes a Nintendo Switch. All right, I gotta go, everybody. Thank you for listening.
Make some noise for the great Joe DeRosa. Joe, we fucking love you. Thanks so much for doing this and being a Kill Tony fucking icon. So many episodes we've recorded this year. You're one of my best friends.
I love you, buddy.
We fucking love you.
I love all of you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Harlan, you ever been to one of those massage parlors?
Yes, and I was so pissed off because the girl, the masseuse, when she laid down and ordered me to give her a massage, I was pissed.
Did you give her a happy ending?
He's laughing. Won't you please join him?
Did you give her a happy ending?
Now, what I did is I've been taking these pills where I don't know how it happened, but I can actually lay an ostrich egg. So I sat on her face and laid an ostrich egg right on her stupid, fat, puffy, veiny, smelly, zit-covered, diarrhea-coated face. Well, he's asking. If he didn't ask, you wouldn't have to hear all this. Aren't you cauliflower soup sucking freaks?
You're very venomous tonight. I've never heard you be this mean.
You bring it out me, my guy.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have sex with you later.
Oh, yeah.
You can try, but I'm made of cork.
Me and me can't wait to watch that go down.
It'll be
Joe DeRosa, we fucking love you.
I love you guys. Thank you for having me, boys.
You are the man.
Thank you, guys.
Another great sex by legend, Joe DeRosa.
Joe DeRosa.
That thing with the bow tie, what the fuck are you? Did you sign up? Do you have a minute? Yeah, you do? I gotta see what you're gonna do. Go over there to these people. I just see what the fuck you are exactly. Colt, you got this? Look at this fucking thing. You got a camera on this? This Christmas is coming up. We're one bucket full away from this.
It's Pee Wee Sherman.
It's got a little attitude. Cool, get its name, write it down, send it to me. In the meanwhile, we're going to go to this bucket pool. It is Wesley Brenner, everybody. Wesley Brenner is back now.
Hey, how's it going, guys? My name is Wes. People had told me I look like a genie if you were to rub an old dirty bong instead of a lamp. I would come out, you know, but I just asked to borrow $30. Like, instead of granting 3 wishes, I just take 3 things away. I just drove up from San Diego. San Diego's pretty cool. We have a lot of reaction to San Diego. We've got SeaWorld in San Diego, you know, or as the whales call it, Auschwitz Atlantis. So that's fun. I've been looking into it, though, and I looked at it back in the day, guys. In like medieval times, they had pocket pussies. I was looking this up. They had pocket pussies. I mean, they called them midgets back then, but they had them, you know. Yeah, dude. I told that joke the other day, and somebody told me that like midget is an offensive word. I didn't know that. I guess they don't like to be called midgets. Now you're supposed to call them little. All right, that's my time, guys. Give it up for your host.
Hell yeah. An aggressive set. Wesley Brenner.
That's too tall.
Wesley, just hold the mic in your hand, pal.
Sure.
Wesley, welcome. What are you? What ethnicity are you exactly?
A quarter black, quarter Mexican, and half white.
And part Hamburglar.
Yeah, right here.
Wesley, welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3.5 years.
Nice. What vape store do you work at?
Yeah. Vapes are us.
Really? What do you do for work?
I play music. I sing and play the guitar and stuff.
Really? You sing? You have like original stuff?
I have original.
All right, Rabbi, have you had the opportunity to make a decision yet? Well, yeah, I'll take a Golda Meir. A Golda Meir, like the Prime Minister of Israel? No, I said a Golda Meir, not a Prime Minister Golda Meir. Rabbi, have you had a chance to make a decision? Yeah, I'll take a Golda Meir. A Golda Meir? What is that? It's a drink. The drink is known as a Golda Meir? Yes. Like Prime Minister Golda Meir? No, that's a different drink. I want a Golda Meir. What? If we may ask, what is it? Golda Meir? Rabbi, have you had a chance to make a decision? Yeah, I'll take a Golda Meir. A what? A Golda Meir? Again, I'm kind of new to bartending, so just one moment. Let me see if we can get that for you. Just one moment. Yeah. So the rabbi wants a Golda Meir. A what? A Golda Meir? What is that? I don't know. I didn't want to ask any more questions. Should we ask the owner? I guess. Yeah. So the rabbi wants a Golda Meir. A what? A Golda Meir. Did you ask them what that is? You thought you might know. You've been in the business longer than we have. You know what? Let's just go ask the rabbi what that means. Yeah, Rabbi, we heard that you wanted a Golda Meir. What is that? Golda Meir? It's a Goldschlager and Miller. Okay, well, we might be able to help with this one. So we have Goldschlager, and you just need a Miller Lite? No. I thought you said you wanted a Miller. That's right, but not a light beer from Miller. Wait. Oh, we have Goldschlager. Great. And a Miller. Like Miller beer? Yeah, from Miller Brewing Co. Okay, like, I mean, there's Miller Genuine Draft, there's Miller High Life, there used to be Miller High Life Light, there's Miller Light, of course. What kind of Miller would you like? A Miller. I'm not saying anything after. I want a Goldschlager and Miller. That's a Golden Meyer. They haven't made Miller beer since the late 90s. Is that my problem? I mean, who's serving Miller? Steve's? You mean Miller Light? No, that's light beer from Miller. Okay. Again, I know we've asked this before, but again, who's Steve? No one knows. Okay. Well, how do you know Steve? Oh, I don't know Steve. But you've had a Golden Meyer at Steve's? Oh, I think everybody's had a Golden Meyer at Steve's. Okay, and what is Steve's? Steve's Lounge. Well, and they have catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Okay, where is Steve's? It's in the neighborhood. Okay, have you had it anywhere else? Oh, a Golden Meyer? Sure. At Old Time Tap. Where's Old Time Tap? It's also in the neighborhood. Whose neighborhood? Tommy's neighborhood. Wait, I thought it was Steve's. Steve's Old Time Tap. No, that's in Rock Island. Huh? You asked about Steve's Old Time Tap. That's in Rock Island. Have you been there? I don't know if anybody has been there. Wait a second. I thought you said that you have had a Golden Meyer at Steve's. I think everybody's had a Golden Meyer at Steve's. Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. And they serve Golden Meyers? Of course. It's Goldschlager and Miller. But not light beer from Miller. Okay, let's. They haven't made Miller beer in more than 2 decades. Don't tell Steve that. Who is Steve? No one knows. Okay, so you're saying that this neighborhood is Steve's neighborhood? No, it's Steve's Lounge. It's Tommy's neighborhood. Okay, who is Tommy? Who are you? Okay, you're going to have to clear this up with us. You want a Golden Meyer, which is a Goldschlager and Miller. Nobody serves Miller. Steve's does. We don't know who Steve is. Where is Steve's? It's in the neighborhood. Whose neighborhood? Tommy's neighborhood. Who's Tommy? Who are you? Okay, look. Let's just try to work this through one step at a time. We have Goldschlager. Great. Can we give you a Goldschlager and Miller Lite? What is that? It's like the light version of Miller beer. No, that's light beer from Miller. Everybody knows that. Okay, but what about a Miller Lite? What is that? Okay, what about a Goldschlager and a light beer from Miller? No, nobody wants that. Okay, what about a Golda Meir and a Miller High Life? Oh, that's a Prime Minister, Golda Meir. Miller High Life is the champagne of beers. They serve it at Steve's Lounge, and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Look, we understand. We get that. Okay. Uh, so, what is a Goldschlager and a Miller Lite? What is that? Oh, apologies. A light beer from Miller. No one knows. I guess it's just a Goldschlager and a light beer from Miller. Who knows? Okay, and when's the last time that you had Golda Meir? I can't tell you, but it was at Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. No, we get that. But so that's the last place that you've had a Golda Meir? Well, it could have been at Old Time Tap. Okay, where is Old Time Tap? It's in the neighborhood. Steve's neighborhood? No, Tommy's neighborhood. Who is Tommy? Who are you? Look, does Steve own Old Time Tap? In Rock Island? All right, so have you had a Golda Meir in Rock Island? I don't know of anyone who's had a Golda Meir in Rock Island. Look, okay. Rock Island, is it an island? No, it's a town. Okay, so Old Town Tap is in Rock Island? No, Old Town Tap is in Crete. The island? No, the town. Okay, look, we're going to try to really get our fingers on this one. So, who's Steve? No one knows. Well, who's Tommy? Who are you? All right, we're going to try to figure this out. So, there's someone named Tommy, obviously. Okay, who's Tommy? Which one? What do you mean, which one? Which Tommy? Who are the Tommies? Oh, now you're opening up a can of worms. Well, you've got Uncle Tom. There's Uncle Tommy. There's Tom. There's Tommy. There's Little Tom. There's Little Tommy. There's Tom Tom. And there's Little Tommy's nickname that we're not allowed to call him anymore. Wait, who are all these people? They're in the neighborhood. Look. What are you talking about? So they live with Steve? No. Well, then who's Steve? No one knows who Steve is. Okay. So who's Tom? Which one? Okay, look. We've got a lot to figure out here. We're just trying to get you a drink, okay? You want a Golda Meir, and that's Goldschlager and Miller. They haven't made Miller since 9/11. Is that my issue? You can get Miller at Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Look, we get that. Is Steve there? Who's Steve? Well, that's what we're asking you. Oh, Steve of Steve's Lounge? Oh, and catering? They have a fish fry every Friday. Look, we get that. So, is Tom at Steve's? Which one? Who are these people? Okay, so there's Tom, right? Yeah. Okay. And then there's an Uncle Tom? Yeah. Is it your uncle? Oh, no. Okay. There's a Tommy, right? Yeah. And there's an Uncle Tommy? Yeah. Is he your uncle? Oh, no. There's a Tommy? Yeah. Which one? Well, which one do you want to know? Okay, look. We're trying to get this straight. We're just trying to get you a drink. There's Tom, and Tommy? Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it that way. Okay. Are they related? Uh, I perhaps. Okay. Uh, look, there's an Uncle Tom, right? Yeah. Is he your uncle? No. There's an Uncle Tommy, right? Yeah. Is he your uncle? No. You know, we're trying to figure this out. Okay, so we've got Tom, right? Which one? I don't know. Uncle Tom? Oh, okay. Are is Uncle Tom Uncle Tommy? Are you kidding? You think that Uncle Tom is Uncle Tommy? Absolutely. It's ridiculous. Okay, well, is Tom Tommy? I mean, it depends. Okay, where is Uncle Tom? The neighborhood. Steve's neighborhood? No, it's Tommy's neighborhood. Okay, uh, look, is is it is it the same neighborhood as Old Time Tap? It's the same street as Old Time Tap. Wait a second. You mean that Old Time Tap is on the same street as Steve's? No. Okay. Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. No. I mean, let me just try to figure this out. Who is Uncle Tom? Who are you? Okay, look. I thought you wanted a Golda Meir. I do. Okay. And a Golda Meir is a Goldschmidt, Goldschlager, and Miller, right? Yeah. And you can get Miller beer at Steve's? Well, of course. Steve's Lounge and catering. They have a fish fry every Friday. Okay, can you get Miller beer at Old Time Tap? Of course you could get Miller beer at Old Time Tap. Okay, well then can you get Miller beer at Steve's Old Time Tap? I don't know. That's in Rock Island. Okay, look. Well, what about Old Town Tap? That's in Crete. Is Crete an island? Yeah, in the Mediterranean. Okay, then is Rock Island an island? No, that's a town. What don't you get about this? All right, we're trying to figure this out. Can you get Miller at Tom's? Oh, I'm sure you could get Miller at Tom's. Oh, Tom's is a bar. No, Tom's isn't a bar. Okay, who is Tom? Which one? How many are there? Well, there's Uncle Tom. There's Uncle Tommy. There's Tom. There's Tom Tom. There's Little Tom. There's Big Tommy. And then, Little Tommy has a nickname that we never call him. Okay, look. You're making this really difficult. We're just trying to get you the drink that you want. You want a Goldschlager and Miller, right? That's right. And you're saying that you can get Miller at Tom's? I don't know. But I've seen it at Tommy's. Okay. What? I've seen Miller at Tommy's. Okay. Which Tommy? What do you mean, which Tommy? There's Tommy's. Okay. You know what? We don't know who these people are. We're just trying to get you the drink that you want. So, a Golda Meir is a Goldschlager and Miller, right? That's right. Well, if we can't get Miller beer, is there an alternative? Well, you could get Skinny Prime Minister Golda Meir. What's a skinny Prime Minister Golda Meir? Is that a Goldschlager and Miller Lite? What's that? A Miller Lite? Yeah, I don't. Does not compute. Huh? Oh, a light beer from Miller. Oh, yeah, no, that's a different drink. Well, what is the name of that drink? Nobody knows. Okay, well then, what's a skinny Prime Minister Golda Meir? Well, that's Goldschlager and Miller High Life Light, but they discontinued that. Okay, so we don't have Miller High Life Light, and we don't have Miller Beer. Is there anything else that we can get for you? Let me think about it. Maybe if you have a chance to make a decision. Yeah, I'll take the Golda Meir. What?
Is it reggae?
There's any touches on that, you know, sometimes.
Can you give us just an example, like one line of a song?
Let's see.
You're in the Intuit Dome right now. You can just jump
An
right
original
into it.
song or
I didn't see price on this JP down here.
Also set off the YouTube censors.
Sure about that one.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Everybody stop what you're doing. How you living, big dog? What's good, son?
Good is like our Instagram. I did Instagram post about our I did in Instagram had like 100 views. So this is very viewed topics. I
Excellent.
was talking about.
How's your day going?
Good.
Okay, are you ready to podcast?
Yes, I am so much fucking ready. Let's go.
Okay, hold on.
Let's go.
Hold on. You got to give me a few moments because I didn't know you were ready. Okay. Excellent. And
so 10 minutes. Okay.
I mean, here you are. You make me wait. You make me wait 7 hours.
No.
You make me wait 7 hours yesterday, and then you want to get me down to 10 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes to be ready.
Don't you give me a schedule. I can maybe be ready in 5 minutes.
I don't think so. We will see.
Okay. How was your day? How was your day?
It is okay. It was okay.
Okay, what did you do?
I was doing some edits and this shit. I was talking with somebody for that Fiverr. We upgrade. My Fiverr is looking so much better right now.
Okay. What do you mean what do you mean you upgraded it?
I set some new things about what I'm doing and this.
Okay, did you get anybody who wants a podcast?
Yes, my friend will do my first ever buying, but he's not doing podcast. He just doing for the reference. So today I will have my first ever reference.
Okay, apologies. You said your friend ordered one through there?
Yes. No. He will one today, but he will not going to. We are not going to do podcast. He just want to do me favorite and just
I
and just
understand.
talk and just like give me feedback.
Okay. And
I know each, but
so is he going to give you a review?
yes,
That's all that matters. That's perfect. Okay. And are you going to play chess with Reverend?
Evan, yeah. Today, I hope finally today we are gonna be able to be online, and we are gonna play, because he was calling me yesterday and I was not on Discord, and I was calling him back and he was not on the Discord.
Okay, that happens. All right. Do you have a link?
Yeah, wait. Yeah. I need to have my good T-shirt. So wait, I need to have my good.
Oh, your good T-shirt.
T-shirt.
Your fancy T-shirt.
This is for the future.
That's right. People are gonna judge you by your T-shirt.
Yeah. This is for the future. So I need to looking good.
Baby, you always look good, my man.
No, not always. Not always. I'm not always looking good. So we are going to do the start and finish for the next episode, and after that we are going to do that episode.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Good to know. Very good to know. Yeah. Okay, so this. Everybody will love me. Everybody will say Tony is the future. I am the future, but not everyone say the same.
I like your confidence, big dog.
Of course. If I don't have a confidence, I don't have. If I don't have a confidence, how can I have that a police chief? If I don't have a confidence.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Because like I need to have the confidence to have these big people.
That's absolutely right. Can you email me the link, please?
Yeah, I will. Just wait. I will. I am almost done.
Okay, do you remember when you were like, you're not going to be ready in 5 minutes, and now I'm the one waiting on you?
You will. Fuck. You will.
You're good. Don't worry about it, and we'll also redo the descriptions. And
yeah.
So that's good. We're going to do a lot today.
Yeah.
God willing.
Well, did you talk about me with anyone?
Boy, aren't you just interested in how popular you are?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Very, because I don't think I am. So.
Okay. Did I talk with you with anyone? Not really. I would say, um, no, I mean, like, Reverend Andrew and I have been just talking this this evening. I mean, it's really late. It's like 2 in the morning here, and it's like 5 in the morning where he is. So, um,
Yeah, it's very very late for for me too. I'm kidding.
uh,
So link is so so I think through my test from my edits and my social media, I think this can be very good view.
okay, but remember, we're not doing it for today. For the people of today, we're doing it for
For the future.
for the future. Exactly.
Okay, you have the link.
Okay.
When you are ready, you can come. Then
Okay.
you are ready.
Okay.
Like next 3 hours, I can wait. Next 4 hours.
Calm down.
Yeah,
Calm down.
I can wait.
I'm gonna write the description first. Okay, so can we do that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. In the meantime, how are mom and dad?
Good. Mom is good, and dad is dad.
I understand.
It is what it is.
Any interviews planned for today?
I have. Yeah, I have somebody from the report from the States. So yeah, I have. He just need to confirm if today or tomorrow. But like I have like two interviews for this day and for tomorrow. So yeah,
That's great. Are you excited?
yeah, I am very excited. I can meet new people because like when you know more people, you have more opportunities and this shit. No,
That's correct.
I will gonna tag you on Twitter
Not yet. Not
if I
yet.
can.
Not yet. Not yet.
So for the clip only.
What are you saying?
I will tag you on Twitter for the clip.
I don't know what you mean.
Clips. I will be. I'm put on a Twitter clip from our first episode.
Oh, okay. That's good.
So can I tag you?
Oh, tag me. I thought you said talk to me.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Please do.
tag. Okay. Mm, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to send you 2027.
Mm-hmm. I need to call someone. I will be back like 1 minute. Okay.
Okay.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back.
Okay.
I just need to call doctor.
No worries. Everything okay?
Yeah. I just need to appointment because I have a problem with my ears. So yeah. I'm not. I'm like yeah. I have a problem with my ears. So I need to check up.
Okay.
Do you want more know about my years or not?
Are you saying your ears?
Yes, my years.
No, I
Yeah.
mean that's your own that's your own private information. That's okay.
Okay.
If you want to share it, you can, but no big deal. Okay, check your
email.
Yeah, check your email.
Yeah. Asken Zazie Sage. What is that? I never heard of that.
Okay, well, you haven't heard of everything in the world. It means that I have expertise in my type of Judaism, my culture, which is known as Ashkenazim. There are multiple kinds of cultures within Judaism. There's another known as Sephardim. Generally, Ashkenazim are from Eastern Europe, Germany, Russia, Poland, and the Sephardim are from Spain, Morocco, Portugal. There's also Mizrahi, which generally means Eastern, and that is usually like Iran, Iraq, Syria. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, it makes absolutely sense. You are some genius.
I don't know about that. But we're going to make it look like I am in this discussion.
Yeah, and this is the most important thing. And now everybody knows. Now everybody on internet knows who is listening to you.
That's right. Okay. My friend, you should have 2028 in there as well.
2028. And this is for the last episode.
Well, I sent a 2027.
Yeah, this is the last episode. Yeah.
Wait, and you're going to split that into two for 2027 and 2028. And then I sent you a 2028. And while we're here, why don't I just do 2029 and 2030?
I just posted that big episode on World UFO. I know it's late, but I posted.
On what?
I posted on Twitter your biggest episode here.
Oh, okay, cool.
About the UFO.
Oh, that was my biggest one.
No.
Oh, the big. I got you. Yeah. What are your thoughts on UFOs?
I think they are real.
Well, that's good. That's open-minded of you.
I think they are real, and yeah, and I think even we are UFO, and we are here from another planet.
Excellent. Yeah, that's very open-minded of you.
Because like, if we are evolution from monkeys. Why are monkeys is still here?
No, you don't understand evolution correctly. Then we didn't evolve.
I was
We didn't evolve.
teaching
We didn't.
school.
We didn't evolve from monkeys. We have a common ancestor with monkeys, but we also have a common ancestor with elephants and dogs and cats and ants and bacteria and fungi. But we did not come from monkeys
But why in schools are teaching that?
because you don't have good schools. Either that or they don't understand evolution, and that's okay. Evolution is not something that's been around that long. It's less than 150 years old. So I don't expect everyone to understand it as well, but the idea that we come from monkeys is incorrect and somewhat insulting to humans and to monkeys. We share a common ancestor. Do you understand what a common ancestor means?
Yeah, yes. Yes. It means we have something like them, but we are not from them.
That's right.
You see, who is the one you absolutely hate in streaming industry?
I don't really hate anybody.
No?
No. I dislike some people. I don't think that they're being necessarily genuine. Um,
Who are you most describe? Describe. Describe.
um, there are a lot of people. I think Mr. Beast is given too much credit. He is
Who-
he is
Mr.
he's basically in my opinion set up. I don't think that his growth is legitimate.
But he helping the people in Africa.
Yeah, I think that's good, but a lot of what he does is for money as well. Like his water program is like uh, a company, and I don't think that's right. It should be not for profit.
True.
Okay.
So
Did you
so
get?
so
Did you
okay.
get? Did you?
Yes, I see your link.
Okay, you sent me a link. Okay, just one moment.
So like we are not going to see a collaboration with you and Mr. B.
Oh no, we will. We'll be fine.
That's crazy. Fuck telephone, let's understand. why on Twitter? Why do you like follow more people, then more people follows you?
I have a policy. Anyone who follows me, I follow them right back.
Hmm.
I don't let my ego get in the way. So basically, I would go into different people's their discussions and say, if you follow me, I'll follow you right back. I'm a free follow back, so and then that gives me the opportunity to build uh, bigger communities and such. If you
But like it,
if you say to yourself, I'm not going to follow back people who follow me, okay, that's cool, but then nobody grows that way, or very few people grow with that mentality. If you have the opposite mentality and you say, I'm going to follow everyone who follows me, then everybody grows.
but like it's not working because you have more people you follow than you follow you.
Who cares? Once I have 1 million or 10 million people, I can unfollow everybody.
That's true. That's true. That's not wrong.
Okay, I sent you 2029
Yeah.
and 2030, and I've got your link. So,
Yeah. Can you wait? I need to reconnect. I need to because my internet. Yeah, I'm back.
That's okay. If you have any disconnections or I have any disconnections, we understand. Normally, we're not doing huge, long podcasts, but if we have to say cut or whatever, I understand. I know, like with mine, I'm also, while I'm talking with you, simultaneously live streaming on 2 other streams. So I know that my upload's very, very slow. I know that. But what does that mean? If we ever disconnect or anything, my video at least will continue. And we have like backups basically. So I
Yeah,
understand.
that's true.
Did you send me the email?
Link. I just send a link on the Discord.
You said you would email it to me.
Okay. I'm gonna email you.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course. If you are ever in Mr. Beast video, you need to fix the game. Sure, I can win. Okay?
What does that mean?
Like you need to do right thing so I can win. That Mr. Beast game.
What game?
He is playing games like with survive this and this and this shit. It's a big game.
I understand.
So like you need to fix it for me, okay?
Oh, that's the plan?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
That's the plan, madam.
Okay. Maybe we won't fix it for you, but we'll just train you so that you're good enough so that you get all the prizes.
Thank you.
Then you win.
What?
Then you win legitimately.
Okay.
Okay. I see that you sent it to the email. I got it.
Okay. Good job. Good. Very good. I have genuinely a question, okay?
Okay.
When you are like home all the time, like home and
I'm
you
not.
don't go out
Hold on.
too
Wait,
much.
wait. I was outside earlier today for like 2 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting.
But what about it?
Like when you are not going that much or you don't want to meet people, like for me, I if I'm gonna say you were gonna think about me like bad stuff, but like when I'm not going outside too much, my hygiene is like decline because I'm still home.
Absolutely. I take regular baths and showers and brush my teeth every day. And I was with my roommates for like 2 hours today, and we were hanging out. They were watching some television. We went uh, like outside. There's a garden. Ate some fresh fruit or like vegetables. Uh,
Oh,
they don't necessarily want to be on camera, but that doesn't mean that I have to uh, force myself to never see them. I live my life the way that I want to live it, and I mean they've been on camera. It's not to say they've never been on camera. They have, um, but some of them want to be on camera more than others, and I have to respect that. But yeah, in terms of my showering, uh, that's on a lot. I have a lot of showers on camera. I actually have myself sitting in the shower on camera. Um, it, it,
wow.
yeah,
But like you cannot get banned
yeah.
because of that, no?
I show myself from the waist up,
Mhm.
and in terms of um, we'll have uh, like I've shaved on camera. I've gone to the bathroom on camera. I've
You shit.
Yeah, oh yeah. I used to shave every single day on camera and show people how to shave.
Wow.
Um, Brushing my teeth. Certainly like nail care. I've like clipped my nails on camera. Um, just like everything. I want people to know what life is like as much as possible. So, but in terms of the like hygienic part of it, if I smelled, I would know it. I regularly take care of my hygiene, so that's not an issue. And my roommates would be like, "Dude, you stink," um, but that doesn't happen. So
You must you must think I'm horrible person when I say what I say to you.
no, 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 you're fine. It's just you only see my cameras. I have an entire life outside of the cameras. A lot of it is recorded, but if anything, I just leave the cameras going. I don't feel like I'm a slave to the cameras, and I don't have to. If I Sometimes I'll get people who argue in here, not with me, but with other people, and I just don't want to hear it, and I'll just mute everybody, and I won't mute. They can argue amongst themselves, but I'll just turn off the sound because it's just too much. I get people in here who just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and either I tell them, "Look, I'm going to go do something else," or I just mute them. And when I sleep, I've got them muted, so I can't hear what they're doing. And um, when I regularly go to the bathroom, I have a lot of the footage on GoPros, so that like it's not lost footage. But um, I pretty clearly don't say that I have been on live stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 100% of the time, 99.999% of the time. Oh yeah, but anytime I don't want to, I don't have to. Um, and like when I do laundry or something like that, I've shown it on camera, but sometimes I don't. and especially with my computers now, they're in good spots. I don't want to move them. It's a lot to take the devices with me. So I don't think you're a
Yeah,
bad person. I just think you're asking regular questions. But um, I would ask the same questions like, how often do you shower? As often as I want.
oh,
How often do you brush your teeth? Like 2 or 3 times a day.
I
How
no
often?
no
How
no
often do you scrape your tongue? Like every day. How often do you
like
clip your nails? Like once a week.
okay
How
okay
often do you clean your glasses? Like multiple times a day. How often do you wash
I'm
your
going
face?
to
Like daily. How
I'm going,
I'm not saying that you do. I'm saying how often do you go to the bathroom? Like anybody else? Like I don't know, once every 2 hours or so. Okay. How often do you take a bath? Usually, like a full on. Like I'll take a shower probably more often than I take like a bath. But I have been getting into uh, a habit. Usually, it's like really late at night when nobody's in here, where I will just sit in the bathtub for at least an hour and just soak, and I will watch a podcast when I do that. It's usually on.
and things.
It's usually
Mm,
um, just to like relax and stuff. And do have I streamed it before? I don't stream it, but I archive it. The reason why I don't stream it is I don't want to get in trouble. Um,
mm.
and um, like I don't know. I do things pretty regularly. Um, do I shower as much as I did when I had a full time position? No, because I would at least shower multiple times a day at that point. But I was doing more stuff. I was traveling like 100 miles a day from at least Orange County to LA County and back, or like 60 miles a day. So I'd be in the car and I'd be sweaty from work and stuff like that. Like if you don't do that much, you don't really get all that stinky so long as you regularly shower. How often do I do laundry? As often as I need. Um, it's like I don't get a whole bunch of stains or like um like today I washed uh and because I felt like it was necessary, like in the shower or in the bathtub. But if I don't necessarily feel like I need to take a shower every day, I don't do it. But um, I definitely always brush my teeth and wash my face and that kind of stuff. So, all right,
For me,
yeah,
okay, I'm just gonna answer the questions. Okay, we're gonna answer the questions. When I have a episodes or I am online, like talking with people, like I am brushing my teeth like 3 times a day.
okay,
3 times. The 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 bad is worst. That is little bit of worst. I
okay.
am bad like one of the week.
Well, you have a cleaning lady as well, which helps to keep things clean.
Yeah.
Uh, I make my bed every day, at least once a day. Now, does that mean like I wash all my pillows and stuff like that? No, I regularly, break down the bed though, and I flip my mattress and stuff. I mean, these are like normal things that people do. It's just most of the time people aren't streaming it. Okay, my friend. Uh, I have your link, and
I am ready. You can
okay.
join.
All right, so I'm gonna mute you here, and we'll talk in
Yeah.
Riverside. Okay. All right. Good. Tony, can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okie dokie. I'm just making you aware. If you look at your hair in the background, it's sticking up like a. Okay, all right. Just in case you want to. Okay. Okay. Absolutely. All right. Um. So we are gonna do this. But before we do so, we are gonna record an introductory portion and a closing portion, and if that works for you, it works for me. We can shoot it a couple times if you want, if needed, but we should be able to get it. All right, so let me see if I can make my screen easier for me to read and also have you there. Yeah, this seems okay. All right, I'm ready when you are. Trust me, no one cares. Not online. Not online. You can't tell online. Maybe in real life, of course they care, but not online. They don't care. Okay, you're gonna say, hi everyone, I'm Tony. Thank you for coming back to the Life podcast. I'm here with Rabbi Rothschild. We are going to be reviewing another year. Before we get started, I wanted you to know where you can find me. Of course, it's at youtube.com/at Life Podcast Network. Additionally, you can find me at linktree.com/Life Podcast, and I will hand it over to Rabbi Rothschild, and they can tell you where you can find them before we move into the next year. Don't be. And don't forget when you're not talking to mute your microphone. No, we're not going to end the video. We are just going to say cut, and then you know when to cut, and we're going to move into 2029. We're going to do 2029, and then we're going to talk about 2029 at the end, and then we'll say cut, and then we'll just do 2030 and anything else that we may want. So it's going to be one video, and then you can cut it up any way you want. Okay, cool. Absolutely, please do. Absolutely. Pardon me. Reverend Andrew, I can't hear you right now because I'm doing a podcast with Tony, but you should know that he wants to play you in chess when you guys have the opportunity. And also, we're going to be recording a podcast right now, so you can feel free to listen to it. It's going to be on the year 2029 and perhaps the year 2030 or 2030, and it should be really interesting. So, if you want to listen, feel free. And it's not that we don't love you. It's not that we don't want to talk with you, but we are currently going to be working on this podcast. So just one moment. I'm going to just check on you. Oh, no way, you're there. Okay, Reverend Andrew, sweet dreams. Hey, we see you. We're going to feel free to listen. We're going to be doing this podcast. Feel free to listen. Tony, I'll be there in just a second. All right, Tony. I'm coming. I also went to the restroom, and I came up with what I think is a good idea, and I let Reverend Andrew know what we're doing because he joined us back in the Discord. Okay, can you hear me? Oh, I don't know about that. But we'll get him on your episode. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We don't do an intro and an outro. We just do an outro. So that's at the end. Here's why. If the beginning of all your videos are the same, people are going to wonder, am I in the right video? So what we do is, I think we'll do the outro, and I'll just say like this. It'll be something like, because since I normally talk at the, like, we would have our discussion on whatever the year is, and then it would be, and with that, we want to thank you for listening to this year. We find it to be very interesting now, and we think it will be very interesting in the future. With that, Tony, where can the audience find you? And then you would come in and say, you can find me, of course, here on my YouTube, youtube.com/@Life Podcast Network. Additionally, you can find me and with my Linktree, linktree.com/Life Podcast. And we want to thank you for being here, and we look forward to connecting next time. And that's it. And then it's like cut. And then you don't have to do an intro for everyone and an outro for everyone. You just have to do the outro. And then how would we come? And then how would we come in with 2029? It would just be, thank you for being here. 2029 will consist of boom, and we just start right away. If not, you're going to have a really repetitive beginning, and that's when people leave the video if they find it to be too repetitive. We're going to do an intro, but it'll just be like, thank you for being here. 2029 will be starting on Monday. Like, we just go right into the year. Yeah, exactly. And you're not even gonna welcome it. I mean, you can if you want, but it's gonna be the same thing for like 50 straight videos. The beginning of 50 straight videos will all look the same, and you don't want that for your audience. It's boring. So if we just say thank you for being here, the year 2029 will be starting on a Monday of the traditional Gregorian calendar, the 2029th year of the Common Era. You get what I'm saying? And future timeline. No worries. We already did 2029. FutureTimeline.net. Excellent. So we're going to do the outro. I'll thank the people. I'll give them all my information. I'll show them my screen where they can find my stuff. And then I will pass it over to you. And then you will give your YouTube, your Linktree. And then you will say, thank you for being here. We look forward to next time. All right, start recording. And you're not going to say anything. I'm going to say it. And with that, that concludes our year. We want to thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you, both now and for those who watch in the future. If you want to find where you can find my content, I advise that you type Rabbi Rothschild, RabbiRothschild, into YouTube and filter by live. As you can see, I have more content available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year than any person ever. I am always live on many different live streams. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can read my blog at rabbirothschild.medium.com, as well as view other information on rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. And Tony, where can they find you? Cut. You didn't say it correctly. You said Network Life Podcast. That's okay. We're going to do it again. No big deal. It's okay. You're fine. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's like we got to give them the right link. You know what I mean? It's at Life Podcast Network. So, hold on, because I didn't even do it the way that I wanted to do it perfectly. So we're going to do it. And this is what's done in Hollywood. You say take two, and we do it. Okay? So I'm going to say take two. I'm going to say action, and then I'm going to go into it. Okay? All right. Take two, action. Thank you so much for cut. I'm going to do it again. All right. Take three. Take three, action. Thank you so much for allowing Tony and I to share this information with you. That concludes our deep dive into this year. If you want to view my content 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it's available on YouTube by typing into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filtering by live. You will find more streams of any individual simultaneously than you've ever found on any streamer. I've been live streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for many years. This is a treasure trove of information for people of the future to study. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human events, which again is available by just typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by live. Moreover, you can find more social media of any creator that you perhaps may have ever found by typing linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, or visit my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com, as well as rabbirothschild.blogspot.com for more content. If you would like to search, type #ViralRabbi into any AI engine, search engine, or social media platform to find more content than you may have ever wanted. And with that, Tony, I'm going to hand it over to you. Oh, okay, so we're going to say cut. What are you trying to say? Yeah, we're cutting. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just write it down. So it's youtube.com/@ Life Podcast Network. Just write it down so you have it. So type or write youtube.com/ no at the @ symbol Life Podcast Network. And then you want to say you can find my social media at linktree.com/ Life Podcast. Please like, comment, and subscribe to this video. And we appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Okay, are you ready? Hold on. Yeah. But let me make sure what I wanted to show is showing. Because it was not. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. In 3, 2, 1, action. Thank you so much for joining Tony and I to review this year of history. If you want to find more content of mine, I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. You simply need to type Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD into YouTube and make sure to filter by live. When doing so, you will find more live streams of any content creator that you will ever have previously imagined. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/ Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to view my writings, feel free to view them at rabbirothschild.medium.com and rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Also, you can type #ViralRabbi into any social media platform, search engine, or AI model to find more information about who I am and what I do. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic back to Tony. Thank you again so much for watching. Oh, I made a mistake. No. Apologies. I didn't change my camera over. I'm so sorry. Apologies. That's okay. We're going to get it. This time it was my fault. Okay. All right. Apologies, Tony. Okay. So take 4. Here we go. Pardon me. Again, my apologies. All right. 3, 2, 1, action. Thank you so much for watching. We want to cut. I want to do it again. 3, 2, 1, action. Thank you so much for watching this deep dive into this year. For more information about what I am doing, you can type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live. RABBI ROTHSCHILD and filter by live to find more content on any creator than you have ever found. At any given time, I have multiple live streams that are broadcasting to the world. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/ Rabbi Rothschild. You can find my blog at rabbirothschild.medium.com as well as rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Feel free to type Rabbi Rothschild or #ViralRabbi into any search engine, social media, or AI engine to find more information about who I am and what I do and my pursuit for world peace. And with that, I'm going to pass the microphone back to Tony. Cut. No, you didn't say linktree.com. You said linktree/life podcast. So let's just do your part again, and that's okay. All right. So all you're going to do is when I say, and with that, I'm going to give the microphone back to Tony, and then you do your part. Well, so I've already done my part. You're going to cut my part out, the last thing that I did. And so you're just going to pretend that I said, all right. Oh, so I can say, oh, okay, so I'll do it. All right. And with that, we're going to pass the microphone back to Tony. No, guest. That's okay. Cut. Okay, so yeah. No, cut. You would say thank you to my guest, but that's okay. So just do it again. Cut. It's thank you to my guest. Okay, thank you to my guest. Cut, cut. You said LinkedIn. It's linktree.com/life podcast. So just type it, just write it down. Okay, you can. So what is your YouTube? Tell me what your YouTube is. It's youtube.com at Life Podcast Network. Okay, you just said youtube.com Life Podcast Network, and that won't get you there. So it's you. So you want to say thank you so much to my guest, Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to find my content, it's available at youtube.com at Life Podcast Network and linktree.com/Life Podcast. We hope to see you next time. Thank you. You can do it. Okay, let's do it again though, because you don't want to say good. You want to just do it. Just have confidence. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But you're gonna have a random cut in there that's not expected. Just do it one more time. It's okay. Cut. It's thank you to my guest. Do you want me to write it? Let me just write it to you. I'll write it. I'll write what you have to say. You just have to read it. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, just a moment. You know what? I need to do my part again because I didn't tell him to go to my Discord. So it'll just take a second. But let me read this to you to make sure it's good. Thank you so much, Rabbi Rothschild, for being our guest today. If the audience would like to view more of our videos and podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com/ at life podcast. Okay, so uh, it's our videos and sure, my podcast videos or my podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com/ at Life Podcast Network and view all of my social media at linktree.com/ Life Podcast. Thank you. Let's see here. Thank you again for watching. We would love it if you would like, comment, and subscribe to all of our content, including this video. We look forward to seeing you next time. And I'm going to actually put thank you again for watching at the end. Okay, so let's hear you read it. Okay. Let me change one more thing to it. Instead of the word video, we're going to say episode, including this episode. Okay. Are you ready? Take your time. No. I heard you. I know what you said. You said LinkedIn. No, it's linktree.com. Just type it into Google or type it into your browser. That's your website. Oh, you're saying link.re. It's not A, it's EE. Nobody's going to follow that. No one's going to understand that. You just say linktree.com/life podcast. That's it. Okay. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Can you what? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Okay. All right. So take 5 or whatever. 3, 2, 1, action. Thank you so much for watching this deep dive into this year. If you want to find more information on who I am and what I do, you should go to YouTube at youtube.com and type Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD into the search, and be sure to filter by live to view my 24/7 365 live streams. Look at all these live streams that I have going all the time. I have more content than any person in global history. Moreover, if you want to connect with me directly, feel free to join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. You can find all of my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, and you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com and rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. I highly encourage you to type Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi into any search engine, social media, or AI search and find more content than you've ever found on any individual ever. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Tony. It's okay. Cut. Literally, all you have to do is read. Everything's written for you. Not, I want to first and foremost, none of that. Just say, thank you so much, Rabbi Rothschild, for being our guest today. If the audience would like to view more of our videos and my podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com/@Life Podcast Network and view all my social media at linktree.com/Life Podcast. We would love it if you would like, comment, and subscribe to all of our content, including this episode. We look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you again for watching. And the one thing I'm going to change, it's very slight, but I'm going to change one of the words from video to episode. It sounds more professional. Oh no, videos to view more of our I was going to say more from our series. Okay, so So I'm passing it back to you. Are you ready? One last thing, Tony. Do you see in the screen your head is getting like you're cutting your chin off? Yeah, like maybe there you go. That's better. Much better. Much better. That works. Excellent. Okay. So that's good. So you know to take my last take and then whatever you just did, and we'll do it. Okay. So now we're going to do 2029, and let me know when you're ready. I'm just going to say, welcome to the year 2029. It will be a common year starting on Monday. Does that sound good? Okay. You ready? No, I see you. Yeah, now we can see it. Okay. Are you ready? Here we go. In three, two, one, action. Welcome to the year 2029. 2029 will be a common year starting on Monday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2029th year of the Common Era, the 29th year of the third millennium in the 21st century, and the 10th and last year of the 2020s decade. The predicted and scheduled events: March 10th through 17th, we expect the 2029 Special Olympics World Winter Games that will be held in Switzerland. On March 25th, if not triggered earlier, the next German federal election will occur no later than this date. On April 13th, asteroid 99942 Apophis at 335 meters or 1,100 feet wide will pass Earth less than 32,000 kilometers or 20,000 miles from Earth's surface, closer than geosynchronous satellites. When discovered, it was considered a serious threat to Earth, but since then, refined predictions have ruled out any impact risk for the next 100 years. This will be the closest approach of an asteroid this size since scientists have predicted. Uh, this will be the closest approach of an asteroid this size scientists have predicted. From July 11th through July 22nd, the 2029 Summer World University Games will be held in North Carolina, United States. July 19th through July 29th, the 2029 World Games will be held in Germany. On August 15th, if not triggered earlier, the next UK general election will occur no later than this date. On September 17th of 2029, if not triggered earlier, the 2029 Norwegian parliamentary election will occur no later than this date. October 10th, the 2029 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be opened in Thailand. On October 14th, if not triggered earlier, the next Portuguese legislative election will occur no later than this date. On October 15th, if not triggered earlier, the 46th Canadian federal election will occur no later than this date. On October 20th, the inauguration of the incumbent or the new president of Indonesia will happen on this date. Some unknown dates that are scheduled to perhaps happen in the year 2029. During February, if not triggered later or earlier, the next Indonesian presidential election will occur. In April, if not triggered earlier, the next Indian general election will occur no later than this month. In June, if not triggered earlier, the next French legislative election will occur no later than this month. ESA plans to launch the Aerial Exoplanet Telescope and Comet Interceptor. The Fehmarn Belt fixed link between Denmark and Germany is expected to be completed. The Giant Magellan Telescope, which is currently under construction, is scheduled for completion by this year. The Three Seas Initiative, 3SI, estimates to end the Rail to Sea project by this year. Romania expects to have entered the Eurozone by this year. The radio transmitted digital time capsule, A Message from Earth, will reach its destination on the planet Gliese 581c. NASA's New Horizons spacecraft is expected to leave the solar system. Also in 2029, the 2029 Asian Winter Games will be held in Kazakhstan. 343 Madison Avenue is anticipated to be finished. The International Olympic Committee will elect the host city of the 2036 Summer Olympics. Additionally, some information that we anticipate from 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci mission to Venus is expected. Sure. As we expect in the year 2029, approximately from the year 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci mission to Venus will take place. In 2029, Romania should adopt the euro, as well as increase automation of banking, China asteroid redirect mission, close approach of the near-Earth asteroid Apophis, mass application of gene drives on mosquitoes, 40 megawatts floating wind turbines. Timeout. Can you scroll all the way to the top, Tony? Because you're not seeing what I'm seeing. Scroll all the way to the top. Are you at the? There you go. That's where you want to be. That's what I'm reading. Okay. So we're gonna just restart this part. Okay. So action. And with that, some 2029 timeline contents that we anticipate from 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci Plus mission to Venus. In 2029, Romania is anticipated to adopt the euro, increased automation of banking, China asteroid redirect mission, close approach of the near-Earth asteroid Apophis, mass application of gene drives on mosquitoes, 40 megawatt floating wind turbines, Finland banning coal for energy use, Madagascar's radiated tortoise is extinct in the wild, expansion of London's Heathrow Airport, NASA's Psyche spacecraft makes orbital insertion, launch of the Ariel spacecraft, the Giant Magellan Telescope is fully operational, Jupiter's Great Red Spot is disappearing, the wreck of the Titanic has decomposed, a quantum computer with 1 million qubits, Starlab is fully operational, and the number of satellites in Earth orbit has grown exponentially. So with that, from 2029 to 2032, we expect Da Vinci Plus mission to Venus. Deep atmosphere Venus investigation of noble gases, chemistry, and imaging plus Da Vinci Plus is one of 2 missions selected by NASA in June 2021 for its Discovery program. The other spacecraft, Veritas, is launched in 2028. Da Vinci Plus follows a year later in 2029. Both missions complement each other and greatly improve the scientific knowledge of Venus. While Veritas is focused on mapping and surface features, Da Vinci Plus has the primary objective of studying the atmosphere. In addition to the main spacecraft, it also includes a descent sphere. The orbital component of Da Vinci Plus mission performs multiple flybys of the planet, utilizing a multi-band imaging system that includes near-infrared (NIR), ultraviolet (UV), and an engineering wide-field mode. This reveals previously unseen features of the planet and includes opportunities for night-side (NIR) imaging of Ishtar Terra, an Australia-sized region containing the four main mountain ranges of Venus, as well as the probe landing site in Alpha Reggio, consisting of heavily deformed terrain. During this time, it also maps the clouds of Venus and conclusively determines the presence of phosphine, which had previously been suggested as a life signature. As well as gathering data and imagery from orbit, the spacecraft acts as a relay for the descent probe deploying in 2031. The combination of both Da Vinci Plus and its sister mission, Veritas, sets the stage for a new and enduring period of Venus exploration by NASA that extends into the 2040s. Other national space agencies are probing the planet around this time, including ESA, ISRO, and Roscosmos. Moving into 2029, we anticipate Romania will be adopting the euro. In 2029, Romania adopts the euro as its official currency, becoming the 22nd member state of the European Union (EU) to do so. This follows Bulgaria in 2024 and Croatia in 2023. Like those previous countries, Romania had to meet several criteria before its transition would be possible. After joining the EU in 2007, it worked towards the financial strength, stability, and flexibility required, achieving 4 of the 7 criteria by 2014. In subsequent years, however, Romania encountered a number of setbacks. The European Commission's EC's Convergence Report of 2020 concluded that it did not fulfill the price stability, public finances, exchange rate, and long-term interest rate criteria. Prime Minister Florin Ciudu stated that Romania could join the Eurozone in 2027 or 2028. As a precursor to full adoption of the euro, Romania joined the EU's exchange rate mechanism, ERM2, after working to address concerns around its budget deficit to GDP ratio, inflation rate, long-term interest rate, and compatibility of legislation. Having met all the criteria and with 2 years of stability, Romania is accepted into the Eurozone. The leu, its national currency since 1867, is finally replaced by the euro in 2029. Moving into our next topic, increased automation of banking. During the early 21st century, a wave of new technology swept the banking sector as companies worked to improve costs and efficiencies. Online services combined with mobile apps, automated chatbots, virtual telephone assistants, increasingly sophisticated ATMs, and other features all made it quicker and easier than ever to manage one's personal finances. On the business and corporate side, the rise of cloud computing, big data, and intelligent algorithms yielded significant time and cost savings in research, marketing, processing, and other areas, while giving more power and insight to decision makers. By 2020, US banks alone were investing more than $150 billion in new technology annually, spending more than any other industry. While customers and clients benefited greatly from these improvements, automation reduced the need for human staff. By 2029, more than 10% of banking jobs have been eliminated compared to a decade earlier, adding up to some 200,000 roles in the US. Retail branches and call centers are the hardest hit, where over a quarter of staff are no longer needed. Commercial and investment bank employees are less vulnerable for now, but even these jobs become threatened in subsequent decades as decision making is delegated to ever more powerful hardware, and algorithms. Moving into our next topic, we anticipate China asteroid redirect mission. During the early 2020s, as its scientific and technological capabilities began to close the gap with rival spacefaring nations, China started exploring serious proposals for planetary defense missions. In 2024, the country's National Space Science Center announced a plan to visit the asteroid 2015 XF261. The body, estimated to be 30 meters or 98 feet across, had an orbit that crossed Earth's, completing a journey around the Sun every 360 days or 0.99 years. Its closest approach of the 21st century would occur in 2090 when it passed within 382,000 kilometers or 237,000 miles, less than the Moon's distance from Earth. While a collision with Earth could be ruled out, researchers wanted to study 215 2015 XF261 to gain insights into its composition and structure, enhancing the understanding of near Earth objects (NEOs) and improving future planetary defense strategies. The mission announced by China would involve two spacecraft launching on the same rocket in 2027, performing a flyby of Venus before arriving near the asteroid in 2029. Early this year, the object is 6.7 million kilometers, 4.2 million miles from Earth, and moving at 8.8 kilometers per second, 19,700 miles per hour. One of the spacecraft is purposefully collided with 2015 XF261 in a manner similar to NASA's DART mission. The kinetic impactor hits at a speed of 10 kilometers per second, 22,400 miles per hour, causing a dust cloud and very slight perturbation of the asteroid's orbit, insufficient to pose any danger to Earth. The DART mission, which impacted the asteroid Dimorphos in 2022, successfully shortened its orbit by approximately 33 minutes. A similar but smaller effect is predicted for 2015 XF261 due to its smaller size and mass, providing valuable data on the effectiveness of kinetic impact deflection. The second probe observes the collision and resulting ejecta, returning detailed images and data. In addition to monitoring changes in the orbit, it studies the subsurface composition of 2015 XF261, the impact having revealed information about materials within the asteroid. This proves useful to both future planetary defense missions and the mining of asteroids for resources. By coincidence, the mission occurs during the same month as a related event, the close approach of 99942 Apophis. This NEO is over 10 times larger than 2015 XF261. The next event that we anticipate is a close approach of the near-Earth asteroid Apophis. 99942 Apophis is an asteroid with a diameter of 370 meters or 1,214 feet and an exceptionally close orbit to Earth. It caused a sensation in 2004 when initial observations indicated a 2.7% chance that it would hit Earth in 2029. This gave it the highest rating ever recorded on the Torino Impact Hazard Scale, reaching level 4. Depending on its composition, location, and angle of entry, the asteroid would make atmospheric entry with up to 1,200 megatons of kinetic energy, approximately 21 times more than the Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear weapon ever tested, and 6 times more than the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa. However, the orbital characteristics of Apophis were later refined, eliminating any chance of impact. Nevertheless, the object remains on an alarmingly close path that skims within 31,000 kilometers of Earth, which is 10 times closer than the Moon, and even closer than some man-made satellites. Apophis is triple the size of 2019 OK, another large object that passed by in July 2019 and comes even closer than that earlier asteroid. Its close passing sparks further debate about the need to defend Earth from potential impacts. The next event that we anticipate in 2029 is mass application of gene drives on mosquitoes. During the 2010s, it was estimated that nearly 700 million people were catching mosquito borne illnesses, resulting in over a million deaths worldwide each year. In spite of the insect's tiny size, they were the deadliest creatures in the world, killing more humans than any other animal. Among the diseases transmitted were malaria, dengue fever, West Nile virus, yellow fever, chikungunya, filariasis, and Zika virus and many others. Affecting mostly tropical and subtropical regions, the majority of deaths were of young children in sub-Saharan Africa. However, in 2015 it was reported that, due to warming temperatures from climate change, mosquitoes had begun spreading historically rare diseases into Europe: malaria to Greece, the West Nile virus to parts of Eastern Europe, and chikungunya to Italy and France. Malaria and West Nile were becoming more common in North America too. The economic and social costs of mosquito borne infections were often considerable. An individual could be forced to miss time at work or their place of education, pay for doctor's visits and related travel, obtain funds to cover prescription or over the counter medicines, pay for hospital bills or medical treatment, and buy insect sprays or repellents to prevent further bites. There were also funeral expenses in the case of deaths. At a national level, the cost to governments included the maintenance and staffing of health facilities, the purchase of drugs and vaccines, public education programs to warn about epidemics, research to prevent further outbreaks and to improve treatments, lost productivity and overall damage to businesses, negative effects on tourism and sports events, as well as compensation for affected communities. Of the many and various mosquito borne illnesses, malaria presented the greatest threat, with 3.2 billion people, 106 countries and territories, located in areas at risk of transmission. It was a particularly acute problem in Africa, where an estimated 91% of malaria deaths occurred. This disease alone was causing $12 billion in economic damage to the continent each year, reducing the annual gross domestic product (GDP) of some countries by as much as 1.3%. In those nations where the disease was most common, it represented up to 40% of public health spending and could account for 60% of visits to health clinics, along with 50% of hospital admissions. A variety of methods were in use to control mosquitoes, including the elimination of breeding places such as pools, ditches, old tires, buckets, and other containers of stagnant water, physical barriers like window screens and nets, sprays and repellents, attractant laced traps, and biological control via fungi and nematodes or predators such as fish. Another strategy was the use of pesticides, but these were gradually becoming less effective as the insects developed resistance. Plus, the chemicals were damaging to the environment. While research into vaccines and new medications has now shown promise, a more comprehensive and long term proposal was to eradicate mosquitoes, or at least drastically reduce their ability to spread infections. Known as a gene drive, it was hoped that such an initial initiative would either A, cause the extinction of several of the major vectors of malaria and some other diseases like dengue and Zika, including Aedes albopictus and Anopheles, or B, induce a massive genetic change throughout the mosquito population, making them unable to transmit vectors. The ability to modify animal and plant DNA had been around for decades already. The first genetically modified animal was a mouse created in 1973. The first genetically modified crop, an antibiotic resistant tobacco plant, was produced in 1982. These organisms were still subject to the laws of genetic inheritance, however, as first described by Gregor Mendel in 1865. In other words, if a mosquito carrying altered DNA were to mate with another mosquito, there would only be a 50-50 chance of the offspring inheriting the modified gene. The probability would be even lower that a subsequent generation would pass on a modified gene, and so on. Gene drives, by contrast, were designed to change the fundamental laws of inheritance. A powerful new editing technique known as CRISPR-Cas9 was demonstrated on fruit flies in the 2010s, showing that it was possible to engineer organisms in which every generation received a modified gene, and an entire population would get it within a few generations. With potential for large scale transformation of species, attention turned to the problem of mosquitoes in Africa. The process of artificially biasing inheritance of desired genes was described as a mutagenic mutagenic chain reaction by researchers. While holding great promise, there were also a number of risks and ethical issues. By altering mosquitoes' DNA to ensure their offspring would always be male, for example, and releasing them into the wild to mate with natural mosquitoes, malaria and other diseases could be wiped out. However, there could also be side effects. Causing the insects' populations to crash might disrupt food chains or have other unforeseen consequences. Government reports highlighted these and other areas of concern, delaying the mass introduction of gene drives. But this was only a temporary setback as major investment was going into research and development of the process. Among the biggest supporters in the fight against malaria was Bill Gates, whose foundation had committed almost $2 billion in grants between 2000 and 2015 to combat the disease. To safeguard against the dangers, a reversal drive was developed alongside the gene drive that would, if necessary, undo the process and spread the original genes back into the population. In addition, other alternatives to creating all male offspring were considered, such as introducing genes to make the insects target animals rather than humans, or genes that stopped the parasite itself from multiplying inside the insect. Laboratory tests were conducted before the introduction of these genetically modified mosquitoes into the wild. Detailed studies then followed to determine the optimal numbers and best locations to release the insects, as well as the various cause and effect pathways in the environment. Following small scale experiments in the early 2020s, the mass introduction of gene drives is becoming a reality towards the end of the decade. After years of multigenic chain reactions, follow up assessments, and computer models, researchers have pieced together a trove of evidence and data, refining the process to be safe and with acceptable impacts on the environment. These and other issues have now been largely resolved, with most nations in Africa and elsewhere having approved the use of gene drives. A sharp drop in malaria is being witnessed by 2029. Other pests and invasive species are being targeted using this method. Cane toads in Australia, for example, locusts that swarm and destroy crops, rodents that carry diseases. Unfortunately, given their enormous power and potential, gene drives are also now coming under intense scrutiny for an altogether different and more sinister reason: their ability to be used as bioweapons on human populations. This is leading to increased transparency, openness, and cooperation between governments around the world to ensure better monitoring of scientific research activities and to make safeguards and countermeasures built into gene drives. The next topic that we anticipate in 2029 will be a 40 megawatt floating wind turbine. This year sees the deployment of a major new offshore wind project developed by Norwegian company Worldwide Wind. Its unusual design belongs to a class known as vertical axis wind turbines (VAWTS). Offshore wind has grown rapidly this decade, from a worldwide installed capacity of 35 gigawatts in 2020 to over 200 gigawatts in 2029, a six-fold increase. This is thanks to dramatic cost reductions, advances is in technology and policies favoring renewable energy, with ever increasing national targets. Among the new innovations are larger and more powerful turbines, dwarfing earlier designs and handling even greater capacities. The project by Worldwide Wind is the largest of all. It features two sets of rotor blades on a single mast, making them rotate in opposite directions. It can produce up to 40 megawatts of electricity in a single unit, more than triple the world record capacity at the start of the decade, achieved by General Electric's Haliade X. This occurs within a floating structure that measures 400 meters, 1,312 feet in height, taller than the roof of the Empire State Building, and far surpassing the world record size of 260 meters or 853 feet in 2020. Worldwide Wind developed a smaller 3 megawatt prototype in 2026 before achieving the massive scalability needed for this version in 2029. Farms of these VAWTS vaults can also be deployed closer together than conventional offshore wind turbines due to their more vertically focused design. This greater density reduces the area of sea needed to deploy them. The next event that we anticipate in 2029, Finland will be implementing a nationwide ban on coal use. The country's greenhouse gas emissions had already peaked in the early 2000s, but it was still reliant on coal for its energy, with 11 million tons burned each year. Lacking any domestic production of its own, this was imported from other nations, primarily Russia, 72%, the United States, 7%, Canada, 6%, Australia, 6%, and Poland, 3%. The percentage of coal as an energy source in Finland declined from 18.6% in 1980 to 14.7% in 1990 and 11% in 2000, rising again slightly before entering a new permanent decline from 2003 onwards and reaching 8% by 2018. The ban was announced in February 2019 and comes into effect from the 1st of May 2029. The next event that we anticipate is Madagascar's radiated tortoise becoming extinct in the wild. Years of unmitigated hunting and loss of habitat, as well as capture for the illegal exotic pet trade, have caused the wild population of the radiated tortoise to dwindle to almost nothing. Like over 80% of the island's flora and fauna, the radiated tortoise can be found nowhere else on Earth naturally. The government of Madagascar attempted to halt the decline by introducing a series of protection laws. Unfortunately, the size of the island's wildlife areas and poor economic conditions meant these restrictions were largely ignored, with even protected areas being invaded by poachers. Surveys in the 2010s revealed a shocking decline in the number of tortoises. The breeding population quickly shrunk throughout the 2020s. Though there is hope of future repopulation using those bred in captivity, the shrinking habitats they once occupied make this prospect unlikely. In another 15 years or so, almost all of Madagascar's forest will be gone. The next event that we anticipate in 2029 is the expansion of London's Heathrow Airport. For many years, Heathrow Airport in London held the title of the world's busiest airport when measured by international passenger traffic, as well as the busiest in Europe by overall passenger traffic. By the early 2010s, it was handling 70 million passenger journeys per year, though Dubai International would eventually overtake it, and forecast to reach 85 million by 2030. As the airport began to reach 100% capacity at peak times, concerns were raised about overcrowding and the need for expansion. Globally, air traffic in general was growing rapidly, due in large part to booming demand from the emerging markets of the Asia Pacific and Middle East regions, and the number of planes in service was projected to double between 2015 and 2035. In 2009, the UK's Labour government announced that it would support the expansion of Heathrow and encouraged the airport operator, BAA, to apply for planning permission. However, these plans were cancelled the following year by the new coalition governments of the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats. Following several more years of planning and reviews, the Airport Commission recommended a third runway and sixth terminal. A full report was finally published in 2015 that confirmed a new expansion to the northwest as the chosen proposal. After further revisions and with estimated costs of £14.3 billion funded privately, the Northwest Runway and Terminal Plan was approved by the government in 2018. The new infrastructure would increase Heathrow's capacity from 85 million to 130 million passengers annually. It was predicted to create 180,000 new jobs and generate £200 billion in total economic benefits by 2050. Up to 40 new long-haul routes would become available. In addition to the airport itself, a number of access improvements were planned, such as the 118-kilometer or 73-mile Crossrail line, running all the way from east to west London, alongside with a refurbished Piccadilly line providing more spacious air-cooled trains at higher frequencies than before. The pro-expansion stance of both Labour and the Conservatives was supported by many groups and prominent individuals, including the aviation sector, Confederation of British Industry, CBI, British Chambers of Commerce, BCC, and 32 local chambers of commerce, local authorities, and manufacturing and freight sector and trade unions. However, there was considerable opposition too. Political opponents included the Liberal Democrats, Green Party, and UKIP. Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, and his two predecessors, Boris Johnson and Ken Livingstone, were also against it. Various campaign groups voiced concerns, including Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, and RSPB, and WWF, as well as conservation organization the National Trust and developmental charities Oxfam and Christian Aid, alongside Hillingdon Council, a local government in West London. Among the biggest concerns were the impacts on local communities. Some 700 homes, a church, and 8 Grade 2 listed buildings would have to be demolished or abandoned, Grade 2 being a designation given to buildings that are nationally important and of special interest, warranting every effort to preserve them. The main high street in the village of Harmondsworth would need splitting and a graveyard would have to be bulldozed. The entire village of Sipson was in danger of being wiped from the map. The other major concerns were air and noise pollution, along with greenhouse gas emissions. Environmental campaigners warned that the increased CO2 caused by the additional flights would make it harder for the UK to meet its commitments to the Paris Climate Agreement. They also pointed to studies showing that the claimed economic benefits would be negated by the long-term cost of carbon. Building a third runway would also raise the general level of air pollution at a time when 40,000 people were dying each year from dirty air across the country. The UK was already in breach of legal limits, and the government had lost multiple court cases on the issue. Furthermore, expanding Heathrow and its flight paths would expose hundreds of thousands of additional residents in London, as well as the neighbouring county of Berkshire, to sustained high levels of aircraft noise for the first time. Many people also resented London gaining yet another major project, drawing money away from the rest of the UK. Other regions were falling behind, and there were opportunities for investment in Birmingham and Manchester. For example, the widening gap between London and everywhere else had already created a worrying socio-economic divide. The ever-growing sense of inequality may have been a contributory factor in the Brexit referendum result. The arguments from the opposition side were strong, but those in support were stronger. The importance of Heathrow as an international transport hub and a catalyst for wealth generation in London and the southeast was deemed too great, with approval granted by the government in June 2018. As with many large projects of this type, however, financial issues and construction delays pushed back the original timetable. Completion of a third runway had been scheduled for 2026 but was subsequently revised to 2029. The next event that we anticipate is NASA's Psyche spacecraft making its orbital insertion. In August 2029, a NASA probe called Psyche enters orbit around the large metallic asteroid known as 16 Psyche, one of the most massive objects in the main asteroid belt and the heaviest known M-type asteroid. 16 Psyche is 222 kilometers or 137 miles in diameter and contains 1% of the mass of the entire belt. Psyche is an orbiter mission developed as part of NASA's Discovery program. Its primary objective is to explore the origin of planetary cores and confirm whether 16 Psyche is the exposed iron core of a protoplanet, the remnant of a violent collision with another object that stripped off its outer crust. The spacecraft was launched on 13th October 2023 aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy launch vehicle, and then performed a Mars gravity assist at 500 kilometers or 310 miles altitude in 2026 before reaching its destination 3 years later. From 2029 onwards, it conducts a comprehensive study of the asteroid's geology, shape, surface features, elemental composition, gravity, magnetism, and distribution of mass, revealing insights into planetary formation and interiors. This information is also of potential use in future asteroid mining operations. Psyche's mission duration is 26 months, lasting until November 2031, with gradually decreasing orbits taking it closer and closer to 16 Psyche. The initial orbit starts at 700 kilometers or 435 miles distance, while the lowest orbit is at 75 kilometers or 47 miles. In addition to its study of 16 Psyche, the spacecraft also tests an experimental laser communication technology called Deep Space Optical Communications, designed to increase spacecraft communications performance and efficiency by 10 to 100 times over conventional means. The laser beams from the spacecraft are received by a ground telescope at Palomar Observatory in California. The next event that we anticipate is the launch of the Ariel spacecraft. The Atmospheric Remote Sensing Infrared Exoplanet Large Survey, Ariel, is a space observatory launched in 2029 as the fourth medium-class mission of the European Space Agency's Cosmic Vision program. It aims to observe 1,000 or more known exoplanets using the transit method, studying and characterizing the planet's chemical compositions and thermal structures simultaneously in both visible and infrared wavelengths. Ariel is launched to the L2 Lagrangian point pictured below, about 1,500,000 kilometers or 930,000 miles from Earth, where it benefits from the blockage of sunlight to maximize the potential for detecting targets. It provides a wealth of scientific data on a diverse range of exoplanets, from extremely hot to temperate and from gaseous to rocky. Its photometer, spectrometer, and guidance system are sensitive enough to determine the presence of clouds in atmospheres, as well as some exotic molecules that may have been missed by earlier telescopes. In addition to revealing new insights into many previously studied worlds, the mission addresses fundamental questions about what exoplanets are made of and how planetary systems form and evolve. The European Space Agency formally approved the mission in November 2020, with a scheduled launch date of 2029. The mission duration is 4 years. The next event that we anticipate is the Giant Magellan Telescope becoming fully operational. The Giant Magellan Telescope, GMT, is a major new astronomical observatory completed in 2029. Costing nearly $2 billion, the international project is led by the US in partnership with Australia, Brazil, and Korea, with Chile as the host country. The telescope is built on a mountaintop in the southern Atacama Desert of Chile, with an altitude of 2,516 meters or 8,255 feet. This site was chosen as the instrument's location because of its outstanding night sky quality and clear weather throughout most of the year, along with a lack of atmospheric pollution and sparse population, giving it low light pollution. The GMT consists of seven 8 and 8.4 meter or 27.6 feet diameter primary segments with a combined resolving power equivalent to a 24.5 meter or 80.4 feet mirror. It has a total light gathering area of 368 meters squared, 3,960 square feet, which is 15 times greater than the older neighboring Magellan's telescopes. It has 4 times the image resolution and 200 times the sensitivity of the James Webb Space Telescope. The GMT operates at near infrared and visible wavelengths of the spectrum. It features adaptive optics, which helps to correct image blur caused by the Earth's atmospheric interference. The 7 mirrors are polished with a surface accuracy of 19 nanometers. The GMT is the latest in a series of major telescopes being constructed this decade, heralding a new era of higher resolution astronomy. Others include the European Extremely Large Telescope and the Square Kilometre Array, in addition to numerous space-based observatories. The new generation of telescopes leads to huge advances in knowledge of the early universe, major new discoveries of Earth-like planets around other stars, and breakthroughs in understanding the mysterious dark matter and dark energy that influence the structure and expansion of the universe. The next event that we anticipate is Jupiter's Great Red Spot disappearing. The first sightings of a great red spot on Jupiter were made in the 1660s by Robert Hooke and Giovanni Cassini. This feature, a monstrous anticyclonic storm, was not studied in detail until the late 19th century. At that time, its diameter was found to be around 25,500 miles, 41,000 kilometers, large enough to swallow 3 entire planet Earths. Yes. No, it's perfect. No, we're right there. We're right there. Jupiter's giant red spot is disappearing. That's where we are. On 25th of February 1979, NASA's Voyager 1 spacecraft returned close-range photos of the planet. These revealed that its great red spot had shrunk to 14,500 miles or 23,335 kilometers. Later studies by the Hubble Space Telescope from the 1990s onwards revealed it continuing to get smaller in size. By 2012, the rate of shrinkage was nearly 1,000 kilometers per year and increasing. It was theorized that small eddies observed feeding into the storm were accelerating this change by altering the internal dynamics. The raging winds in this turbulent region were measured to be 384 miles per hour, 618 kilometers per hour, greatly surpassing even the strongest hurricanes on Earth. Another space probe, Juno, orbited the gas giant in 2016. The, this provided a greater understanding of the atmospheric composition, cloud motions, temperature, magnetosphere, gravity, and other properties affecting the overall dynamics of Jupiter. Once again, the Great Red Spot was seen shrinking and losing momentum. This process would continue into the following decade. By the end of the 2020s, it has vanished entirely. Yet another probe, Jupiter Icy Moon Explorer, JUICE, arrives in 2031, shortly after its disappearance is confirmed. The next event that we anticipate is the wreck of the Titanic decomposing. By the late 2020s, the famous wreck of the Titanic has been reduced to a mere rust patch. Metal-eating bacteria have dissolved what remains of the once mighty structure. Though some artifacts were salvageable, any hope of recovering the ship itself is now gone. The next event that we anticipate is a quantum computer with 1 million qubits. During the 2010s and 2020s, as the concept of quantum computing transitioned from theoretical exploration to practical application, numerous companies emerged to establish a solid foundation for this revolutionary field. These early efforts set the stage for intense competition among firms, not only aiming to become leaders in the nascent industry, but also to rapidly boost the power and scale of quantum computing systems. This included giants like IBM and Google, alongside institutes in China and other countries who pushed the frontiers of research. Quantum bits, or qubits, the equivalent of traditional computer bits, allowed quantum computers to work with extraordinarily large numbers and perform calculations of staggering complexity. Unlike the binary ones and zeros of classical machines, qubits took advantage of a phenomenon known as superposition, meaning they could have multiple states. With more qubits joined together, this effect scaled exponentially, with potential to vastly exceed even the fastest of classical supercomputers in terms of number crunching. After moderate progress in qubit counts during the 2010s, a massive scaling up occurred in the 2020s, with a system by IBM exceeding 100 qubits in 2021, following by the first 1,000 plus qubit system by the same company in 2023. Due to the extremely sensitive nature of superposition, achieving such large numbers of qubits required them to be isolated from external stimuli such as noise, vibrations, and temperature fluctuations. Scientists refer to this state as quantum coherence. New techniques began to emerge for maintaining coherence and reducing errors that resulted from interruptions. Researchers also directed their efforts to creating logical qubits, consisting of many physical qubits working together to eliminate faults. QEra, a relatively unknown company based in Boston, Massachusetts, revealed a 10,000 qubit system in 2026, an order of magnitude improvement over IBM's Condor system just 3 years earlier. This included 100 logical qubits. PsiQuantum, a company founded in 2015 and based in Palo Alto, California, announced its plan to build the first quantum computer with 1 million physical qubits. The fault-tolerant system would use a photonics-based approach, encoding qubits in particles of light for greater stability and resistance to decoherence. PsiQuantum attracted significant investment with major backers including BlackRock, Microsoft's venture fund M12, and DARPA, putting its valuation at over $3.1 billion by the early 2020s. In April 2024, the Australian and Queensland governments invested a further 940 million Australian dollars, or 620 million United States dollars, into PsiQuantum. In exchange, the company agreed to locate its planned quantum computer in Brisbane. This machine, described as the world's first utility-scale fault-tolerant quantum computer, would be housed in a large compute building with many rows of cabinets, each containing thousands of photonic chips, next to a crypto plant to provide cooling. PsiQuantum targeted a completion date of 2029. A project of similar scale is also being completed by Google this year. The leap in qubit count from 10,000 achieved in 2026 to 1 million now is not just a quantitative change but a qualitative one. These machines are among the first quantum computers able to perform useful tasks, such as simulating complex molecular structures for drug discovery and new materials, optimizing large-scale logistical operations, and solving intricate problems in real time. This capacity provides the ability to model phenomena that are beyond the reach of classical supercomputers. With qubits, both physical and logical, continuing to scale up, even greater advances will soon become possible, such as the cracking of RSA 2048 encryption during the 2030s, a task that would require trillions of years in calculation time for traditional computers. Commercial scale, fault tolerant quantum computing leads to thousands of new jobs in Australia and generates an additional $48 billion in GDP by 2040. The next event that we anticipate is the Starlab commercial space station becoming operational. This Starlab is the first ever free-flying commercial space station. Announced in October 2021, the project is a collaboration between NanoRacks, Voyager Space, and Lockheed Martin. It features 340 cubic meters of internal volume, about one-third that of the International Space Station. As a continuously crewed platform, it ensures a continued U.S. presence in low Earth orbit at a time when the ISS is nearing the end of its lifespan. The basic elements of the Starlab space station include a large inflatable habitat designed and built by Lockheed Martin, a metallic docking node, a power and propulsion element 60 kilowatts, a large and robotic arm for servicing cargo, maximum payloads of 22 cubic meters, and a state-of-the-art laboratory system with comprehensive research, science, and manufacturing capabilities. Among the services provided are materials research, plant growth and other biotech, astronaut missions, and space tourism. It can hold up to 4 passengers at any one time. Initial operational capability begins in 2029. There are now several space stations in Earth or near Earth orbit: Starlab, the soon-to-be retired ISS, China's new space station, and the Lunar Gateway. The next event that we anticipate in 2029, the number of satellites in Earth orbit growing exponentially. By the end of this decade, the number of active satellites in the number of satellites in orbit around Earth has reached nearly 60,000, a 20-fold increase compared to a decade earlier and 75-fold increase since the start of the century. Russia, then known as the Soviet Union, launched the first artificial satellite, Sputnik 1, in October 1957. Just 3.5 years later, more than 100 others had been placed in orbit as the space race got underway between the Soviets and the United States. The numbers continue to increase over the decades, with more and more countries able to conduct launches for purposes such as weather monitoring, telecommunications, surveillance, and GPS. During the early 21st century, smaller and lighter satellites with more compact and miniaturized components became increasingly popular. These provided the advantage of cheaper launch costs and a more flexible range of uses. This segment of the market became divided into various classes depending on the weight of the spacecraft, from mini satellites between 500 and 100 kilograms, descending through micro, nano, pico, and femto satellites, the smallest being less than zero point 0.1 kilograms. Concerns mounted over the accumulation of space debris from old satellites and other defunct or abandoned objects. In a worst-case scenario, this might trigger a catastrophic chain reaction of collisions, known as the Kessler syndrome, with potential to block safe access to space for generations. Despite the growing risk, satellite numbers began to explode from the late 2010s onwards. SpaceX announced plans for Starlink, a huge constellation to expand global internet coverage, as well as satellites for military, scientific, and other purposes. Many rival companies emerged with similar projects that collectively appeared set to transform the already crowded space above Earth, creating a kind of satellite singularity. The 2,600 active satellites in 2020 would be joined by a further 57,000 over the next 10 years, bringing the total to almost 60,000. Astronomers had earlier reported interference with ground-based observations and the spoiling of the night sky, a problem now made even worse. Satellite developers responded with new measures to reduce reflected sunlight through spacecraft orientation, sun shielding, and surface darkening. The end of this decade is marked by the emergence of a quantum internet, providing absolutely secure encryption. This orbiting network, still at an early stage of deployment in 2029 is massively expanded during the 2030s. Cut. That's it for 2029. So when I say cut, you cut. You recognize that, right? Okay. Oh, no, I made a mistake. We talk about it afterward. I made a mistake. Apologies. So we don't cut there. So um, go back and uh, we will talk about it. So I'll give a uh, an intro. So apologies. Let me go back and find what events we've got going on. Okay. So uh, in three, two, one, action. And that concludes 2029. Tony, what are your thoughts on some of the events that we anticipate experiencing? I'm in agreement. Quantum computing will be quite interesting. I'm excited for perhaps the application of gene drives in mosquitoes to avoid many of the unnecessary human deaths that occur, so long as this type of science and technology is used for good. I'm an advocate for it. Some other things that I think will be very interesting, certainly some of the telescopes, including the Giant Magellan Telescope, being operational, Starlab being operational, the increase in the amount of satellites that we perhaps will experience on Earth. But you said it perfectly, the quantum computer with 1 million qubits is a really exceptional goal that humanity has. I think really some interesting things are the wreck of the Titanic being decomposed and Jupiter's Great Red Spot disappearing. Jupiter's Great Red Spot was a very identifiable element of Jupiter that will be gone within the next few years. So I agree with you. And with that, we appreciate you following along to the audience, and we look forward to connecting next time. Thank you. Okay, cut by, and then are you ready to do 2030? Okay. Yeah, you could see. You definitely could see. That's okay. It happens. All right. So now we're gonna go into our next event, and again, these should get shorter, and this will be the last one we do today. It's not shorter. Okay. Well, you know. I mean, okay. Here we go. All right. Are you ready? Go ahead. I understand. We've been doing it for 90 minutes. It's hard to concentrate that entire time. I thought you did a really good job of it. And even that part on Jupiter where you're like, am I on the wrong spot? You were on the right spot. And I'll do my best to say the next event that we are doing so that you're aware. that we're moving on to the next part, but you'll find it. And if anything, you can see what I'm reading immediately. So, with that, are you ready? Okay. Do you have your pages open so that I can just go from Wikipedia to future? Okay. All right. In 3, 2, 1, action. Welcome to 2030. 2030 will be a common year starting on Tuesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2030th year of the Common Era, and it will be the 30th. Sure. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. So, you ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, action. Welcome to 2030. 2030 will be a common year starting on Tuesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2030th year of the Common Era, the 30th year of the third millennium and the 21st century, and the first year of the 2030s decade, a new decade. The predicted and scheduled events from February 1st through 17th, the 2030 Winter Olympics is scheduled to be held in the French Alps. On February 28th, the 2029 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be closed in Thailand. On March 27th, the 2030 South Korean presidential election is scheduled to be held. In April of 2030, Europa Clipper will arrive at Jupiter's moon Europa. June 8th through July 21st, the 2030 FIFA World Cup is scheduled to be held in Spain, Portugal, and Morocco, with anniversary match hosts Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay. September 1st, the autonomous region of Bougainville has recommended this date for independence from Papua New Guinea, pending re-ratification of the 2019 referendum. October 1st, the 2030 World Expo will be opened in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. July 24th through August 4th, the 2030 Mediterranean Games are expected to take place in Pristina, Kosovo. Unknown dates of 2030. The 2030 Hungarian parliamentary election is scheduled to be held, predicted in 2022, the year in which both the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 space probes will run out of power and cease transmission. New petrol and diesel cars will be banned from sale in the UK. Masdar City in Abu Dhabi is expected to be completed in 2030, as well as the 2030 Asian Games being scheduled to be held in Doha. A Japanese construction firm, the Shimizu Corporation, in concert with many research firms and government agencies, has plans for an underwater city of 5,000 people called the Ocean Spiral, 4.5 kilometers or 2.8 miles off the coast of Japan, which will consist of a giant sphere containing homes and businesses situated just below the surface, held up by a 14-kilometer or 9-mile spiral descending into the seabed, where there will be a submarine port and a factory powering the city by using microorganisms that turn carbon dioxide into methane. The Shimizu Corporation plans to start construction in 2025. Targets of the goals of the United Nations 2030 agenda are set for 2030. Some climate-related goals from COP26 are for 2030, including the Glasgow Climate Pact aims to reduce global carbon dioxide emissions by 55% by 2030 relative to the 2010 level. However, based on existing pledges, the emissions in the year 2030 will be 14% higher than in 2010. More than 100 countries pledged to reverse deforestation. More than 100 countries pledged to reverse deforestation. India plans to draw half its energy requirement from renewable sources. China aims to peak CO2 emissions before 2030. The 2030 Climate Target Plan of the EU aims to cut greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. The European Commission made proposals in July 2021 for how to achieve this goal. The international community, including the United Nations, World Bank, and the United States, have set the goal of completely eradicating extreme poverty by 2030. Noting a significant decline in extreme poverty since 1990, the World Bank has noted that the end of extreme poverty is in sight and pledged to cut it down to at most 3% of the world's population by this time. The World Health Organization and UNICEF have set a goal for universal access to basic sanitation by 2030. The United Nations has made it a goal that internet access and literacy will be universal by 2030. French demographist Emmanuel Todd forecasted that the global literacy rates will be almost 100% by this year. The World Bank has called for all countries to implement universal health care by this time. Shared Prosperity Vision of 2030, Kenya Vision of 2030, Saudi Vision of 2030, Egypt Vision of 2030, Qatar Nation Vision 2030, National Development Plan 2030, Eritrea Vision 2030, Sudan Vision 2030. Finland plans on being a nicotine free and smoke free country by 2030. The 2030 Commonwealth Games are expected to take place in Ahmedabad, India. Formula One set to become net zero by 2030 and aims to bring back V8 engines with the approval of engine manufacturers by 2030 or 2031. Poland is projected to have a higher GDP per capita than the United Kingdom by the end of the year. And with that, we will move on to our next set of timeline contents. From 2030 to 2033, we expect NASA's Europa Clipper mission searching for life. 2030, we expect global warming continuing to increase, China's nuclear stockpile exceeding 1,000, China's Long March 9 rocket begin a lunar mission, the 6G standard is released, smart grid technology is widespread in developed nations, coal power is phased out by Germany, an interstellar message arrives at Luyten star, FIFA World Cup 2030, AI-designed antibiotics are available on prescription, depression is the number one global disease burden, child mortality is approaching 2% globally, the Muslim population has increased significantly, orbital space junk is becoming a major problem for spaceflight, the UK space industry has quadrupled in size, the Lockheed Martin SR-72 is entering service, half of America's shopping malls have closed, 8K VR headsets are common, 100 terabyte HDDs reach consumer level, completion of Saudi Vision 2030, the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider enters operation, and the entire ocean floor is mapped. And with that, we'll start 2030 to 2033. NASA's Europa Clipper mission searches for life. The Europa Clipper is a NASA probe sent to study Europa, the smallest of the four Galilean moons orbiting Jupiter. As a flagship class mission, it is among the costliest and most capable science spacecraft to be launched in the agency's history. The uncrewed spacecraft departs from Earth in October 2024 aboard a Falcon Heavy during a 21-day launch window. It utilizes gravity assist from Mars in February 2025 and Earth in December 2026 before arriving at Europa in April 2030. The probe is designed to observe Europa, determine its habitability, and aid in the selection of a landing site for a future lander. The science goals are focused on the three main requirements for life: liquid water, chemistry, and energy. Specifically, the objectives are to study ice shell and ocean, confirm the existence and nature of water within or beneath the ice, and possess and processes of surface ice ocean exchange. Composition: determine the chemistry and distribution of key compounds and the links to ocean composition. Geology: determine the characteristics and formation of surface features, including sites of recent or current activity. To achieve these goals, a large scientific payload of 9 instruments is contributed by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory (JPL). as well as various research institutes and universities. The electronic components are protected from Jupiter's intense radiation by a 150 kilogram shield made of titanium and aluminum. They include a topographical imager, ice penetrating radar, thermal spectrometer, magnetometer, neutral mass spectrometer, and high gain antenna. Extremely high radiation photos are made possible by the main imaging system. This maps most of Europa at 50 meters or 160 feet resolution, but can also zoom into selected surface areas. These enhancements reveal details as small as zero point 0.5 meters or 1.6 feet in size. The probe conducts 45 flybys of Europa at distances ranging from 2,700 kilometers or 1,678 miles to as close as 25 kilometers or 16 miles during its 3.5-year mission. It can therefore reach altitudes low enough to pass through plumes of water vapor erupting from the moon's ice crust, obtaining samples for analysis. A key feature of the mission plans is that the Clipper uses gravity assists from Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto to change its trajectory, allowing the spacecraft to return to a different close approach point with each flyby. Each flyby covers a different sector of Europa in order to produce a near global 95% topographic survey, including ice thickness. The mission timeline overlaps the ESA's Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, JUICE, which studies the Jovian system from 2031 to 2035, performing flybys past Europa and Callisto before moving into orbit around Ganymede. The two missions complement each other, with shared data helping to improve the science surrounding the Moon's crust and subsurface ocean. The latter is believed to contain more water than all of Earth's oceans combined, as well as guiding the development of future surface landers in the 2030s and 2040s. The next event that we anticipate in 2030 will be global warming continuing to increase. Global warming in 2030 is now approaching 1.3 degrees Celsius or 2.3 degrees Fahrenheit above the mid 20th century average and continues to increase. During the next El Nino, it will exceed the 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit threshold agreed at the Paris Climate Accords in 2015. Recent years have seen unprecedented heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and other disasters around the world. The economic losses from weather related events in 2030 are 25% greater than just a decade earlier, averaging more than $250 billion annually. Amid the deepening sense of urgency, environmental activism is now ramping up to levels never seen before. This includes the direct targeting and sabotage of fossil fuel infrastructure alongside increasingly vociferous campaigns to trigger changes in public behavior and lifestyles. In the early 2020s, the protest actions had already been subject to increasing criminalization in some countries, with more radicalized green movements having since emerged. These measures are now going to step further to classify some groups as outright terrorist organizations. In South America and other regions, environmental activists who stand in the way of agribusiness, hydroelectric dams, mining, and logging are being murdered in greater numbers than ever. Following the COVID 19 pandemic, worldwide greenhouse gas emissions had seen a temporary dip from a record high of 52 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, meaning the aggregate of CO2, CH4, N2O, and F gases. They fell below 4.9 gigatons in 2020. However, growth resumed in subsequent years and soon rebounded to pre-pandemic levels. I am I am reading about. I'm not there yet. I'm higher up. Yep, that's where I am. You're okay. Recent years have seen unprecedented heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and other disasters around the world. The economic losses from weather related events in 2030 are 25% greater than just a decade earlier, averaging more than $250 billion annually. Among the deepening sense of urgency, environmental activism is now ramping up to levels never seen before. This includes the direct targeting and sabotage of fossil fuel infrastructure, alongside increasingly vociferous campaigns to trigger changes in public behavior and lifestyles. In the early 2020s, protest actions have already been subject to increasing criminalization in some countries, with more radicalized green movements having since emerged. These measures are now going to step further to classify some groups as outright terrorist organizations. In South America and other regions, environmental activists who stand in the way of agribusiness, hydroelectric dams, mining, and logging are being murdered in greater numbers than ever. Following the COVID 19 pandemic, worldwide greenhouse gas emissions had seen a temporary dip from a record high of 52 gigatons of CO2 equivalent, meaning the aggregate of CO2, CH4, N20, and F gases. They fell below 4.9 gigatons in 2020. However, growth resumed in subsequent years and soon rebounded to pre pandemic levels. World leaders announced more ambitious climate targets while simultaneously approving new oil and gas projects and continuing to provide enormous subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. Although progress has been made in slowing the rate of emissions, with signs that a peak may now be approaching, they continue to rise in 2030. Pledges at climate summits have proven to be insufficient for limiting the global average temperature to a sustainable level. The world remains on track for 2 degrees Celsius of warming by the 2040s and nearly 3 degrees Celsius later in the century. The decarbonization of the world's various economic sectors has been uneven. Some areas have seen exponential improvement, such as the rapid adoption of solar PV, wind power, electric vehicles, and charging stations. Some governments have now phased out coal, while renewables have expanded a cover while renewables have expanded to cover a majority of electrical generation. In combination with in combination with utility scale batteries and or nuclear. Rooftop solar, for example, is now mandatory on all new buildings in some countries. Likewise, the EV market has seen phenomenal growth and is on the verge of surpassing traditional ICE cars in terms of global scale sales. Another promising field is direct air capture (DAC) to create negative emissions. Early prototypes in the 2010s demonstrated that a few tons each day could be captured and stored safely. Substantial further investment, including billions of dollars from both private interests and government funding, led to a rapid scaling up. By 2030, some companies have achieved megaton scale DAC and are now planning for gigatons of negative emissions by 2050. But in other areas of the economy, progress has been stagnant. For instance, ruminant meat consumption is still very high, in part due to growing consumer demand in emerging economies. Plant based meats have risen in popularity, but are nowhere near the level needed to sufficiently reduce emissions from the agricultural sector. Meanwhile, cultured or lab grown meats, while showing potential for exponential growth, are still at the early stages of market adoption. They have also been drawn into the Anglosphere's culture wars, with debates over natural versus unnatural that are similar to concerns over genetically modified foods, as well as the financial impact on local ranchers. Other areas with insufficient progress include the energy intensity of residential and commercial buildings, the carbon intensity of industrial processes such as steelmaking and cement production, the aviation sector, and the general financing of climate change initiatives around the world. For many countries, the vague wording of net zero strategies has led to delays in overall emissions reductions. The share of greenhouse gas emissions with carbon pricing has about doubled since 2020, but still accounts for only 40% of the total. The two main forms of this pricing system are carbon taxing and cap and trade programs. A third concept has been has recently been proposed a carbon coin or similar currency to encourage a new global market for carbon removal. If paired with carbon taxes, the idea would be that burning of carbon is taxed while sequestering carbon is rewarded. To implement the policy and to manage supply and demand, as well as independently verifying each ton of negative emissions, requires a supranational authority, one of its key functions being to coordinate the operations of major central banks in order to give the carbon currency a guaranteed floor price. For now, this is too big a step for most nations to accept, with concerns over inflation and the effects on domestic currencies. However, discussions are resumed in later years as the global environmental situation deteriorates. Overall, the world in 2030 is more climate aware and more supporting of green policies than ever, but still lacking the urgency and scale of actions needed to prevent dangerous climate change. The next event that we anticipate is China's nuclear stockpile exceeding 1,000. From the late 2010s onward, China began to significantly ramp up its nuclear weapons stockpile as a result of several converging factors. Having maintained around 200 warheads for nearly 40 years, the rising superpower sought to modernize and expand this arsenal to more than 1,000 in light of what it perceived as new and emerging threats. The evolving security dynamics of the Indo Pacific region, largely influenced by the U.S. military presence and its alliances, prompted the Chinese government to reassess the strength of its nuclear forces. Concerns had also grown about the advances in missile technology to other power. Concerns had also grown about the advances in missile technology by other powers, which had the potential to undermine China's own deterrent. Between 2015 and 2022, China increased its nuclear weapons stockpile by 60%, from 260 to more than 400. This figure has reached 1,000 by 2030 and is now on track to reach 1,500 by 2035. This forms part of President Xi Jinping's longer term goal of establishing a world class military by 2049, the 100th anniversary of the People's Republic of China. In addition to hundreds of new warheads, China has developed a larger inventory of nuclear delivery systems on land, sea, and air. It also it has also invested in the infrastructure needed to sustain this growth. New silo fields for both solid propellant and nuclear fueled ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, have been constructed, with systems now ready for a launch on warning posture or the ability to fire more quickly. This rapid escalation in nuclear capabilities has heightened the existing tensions between China and its neighbors, notably India, Japan, and Taiwan. These and other nations in the Asia Pacific, concerned about the strategic vulnerability, are pursuing their own military enhancements. The United States, in turn, faces new challenges in maintaining strategic stability in the region. Washington's commitments to its allies are being tested, and it must balance deterrence with efforts to prevent an all out arms race. China's expanded arsenal is complicating arms control negotiations, which now have an account which now have to account for a tripartite dynamic involving the US, Russia, and China. This has undermined efforts to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. The next event that we anticipate is China's Long March 9 rocket beginning lunar missions. The Long March 9, officially CZ-9, is a new Chinese rocket first announced in 2018 and intended for long-range missions to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. With a payload capacity of 140,000 kilograms to low Earth orbit (LEO) and 500,000 kilograms to translunar injection, it ranks among the largest rockets ever built, one of the very few appearing in the Super Heavy Lift launch vehicle class. The Long March 9 is a three-stage rocket with a core having a diameter of 10 meters, surrounded by a cluster of four engines, comparable in size to NASA's retired Saturn V. This huge rocket is specifically designed to expand China's capabilities beyond Earth and deeper into space. Sitting atop the rocket is a next generation lunar capable spacecraft with capacity for up to 6 astronauts. The Long March 9 completed feasibility studies in 2021 and received government approval that same year. The 14th five-year plan, 2021 to 2025, enabled it to proceed to the next stage of development. By 2030, a maiden test flight has occurred, and the launch vehicle is being prepared for use in lunar missions. Following additional test flights, China lands its first astronauts on the moon in the early part of this decade. This is taking place alongside similar efforts by the United States, which now has its own lunar capable rocket, NASA's Space Launch System, as well as commercial ventures such as SpaceX and Blue Origin. The two nations, having been engaged in a second space race for the last 2 decades, are now finally seeing the fruits of their long term research and development. The Long March 9 the Long March 9 forms a pivotal part of China's operations on the moon, not only for sending astronauts on short duration missions, but also for establishing a more permanent presence. Its huge cargo carrying capacity allows a scientific outpost to form on the lunar surface during the late 2030s. The next event that we anticipate is the 6G standard being released. By 2030, a new cellular network has emerged that offers even greater speeds than 5G. Early research on this sixth generation 6G had started during the late 2010s when China, the USA, and other countries investigated the potential for working at higher frequencies. Whereas the first four mobile generations tended to operate at between several hundred or several thousand megahertz, 5G had expanded this range into tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. A revolutionary technology at the time, it allowed vastly improved bandwidth and lower latency. However, it was not without its problems, as exponentially growing demand for wireless data transfer put ever increasing pressure on service providers, while even shorter latencies were required for certain specialist and emerging applications. This led to development of 6G, based on frequencies ranging from 100 gigahertz to 1 terahertz and beyond. A tenfold boost in data transfer rates would mean users enjoying terabits per second. Furthermore, improved network stability and latency achieved with AI and machine learning algorithms could be combined with even greater geographical coverage. The Internet of Things, already well established during the 2020s, now had the potential to grow by further orders of magnitude and connect not billions but trillions of objects. Following a decade of research and testing, widespread adoption of 6G occurs in the 2030s. However, a wireless telecommunications are now reaching a plateau in terms of progress, as it becomes extremely difficult to extend beyond the terahertz range. These limits are eventually overcome, but require wholly new approaches and fundamental breakthroughs in physics. The idea of a seventh standard, 7G, is also placed in doubt by several emerging technologies that support the existing wireless communications, making future advances iterative rather than generational. The next event that we expect is smart grid technology being widespread in developed nations. In prior decades, the disruptive effects of energy shocks, alongside ever increasing demands of growing and industrializing populations, were putting strain on the world's power grids. Blackouts occurred in the worst hit regions, with consumers becoming more and more conscious of their energy use and taking measures to either monitor and or cut back their consumption. This already precarious situation was exacerbated by the relatively ancient infrastructure in many countries. Much of the grid at the beginning of the 21st century was extremely old and inefficient, losing more than half its available electricity during production, transmission, and usage. A convergence of business, political, and uh, a convergence of business, political, social, and environmental issues forced governments and regulators to finally address this problem. By 2030, integrated smart grids are becoming widespread in the developed world. the main benefit of which is the optimal balancing of demand and production. Traditional power grids have previously relied on a just-in-time delivery system where supply was manually adjusted constantly in order to match demand. Now this problem is being eliminated due to a vast array of sensors and automated monitoring devices embedded throughout the grid. This approach had already emerged on a small scale in the form of smart meters for individual homes and offices. By 2030, it is being scaled up to entire national grids. Power plants now maintain constant real-time communication with all residents and businesses. If capacity is ever strained, appliances instantly self-adjust to consume less power, even turning themselves off completely when idle and not in use. Since balancing demand and production is now achieved on a real-time automatic basis within the grid itself, this greatly reduces the need for peaker plants as supplemental sources. In the event of any remaining gap, algorithms calculate the exact requirements and turn on extra generators automatically. Computers also help adjust for and level out peaks and troughs in energy demand. Sensors in the grid can detect precisely when and where consumption is highest. Over time, production can be automatically shifted according to the predicted rise and fall in demand. Smart meters can then adjust for any discrepancies. Another benefit of this approach is allowing energy providers to raise electricity prices during periods of high consumption, helping to flatten out peaks. This makes the grid more reliable overall since it reduces the number of variables that need to be accounted for. Yet another advantage of the smart grid is the capacity for bidirectional flow. In the past, power transmission could only be done in one direction. Today, a proliferation of local power generation, such as photovoltaic panels and fuel cells, means that energy production is much more decentralized. Smart grids now take into account homes and businesses which can add their own surplus electricity to the system, allowing energy to be transmitted in both directions through power lines. This trend of redistribution and localization is also making large scale renewables more viable, since the grid is now adaptable to the intermittent power output of solar and wind. On top of this, smart grids are also designed with multiple full load bearing transmission routes. This way, if a broken transmission line causes a blackout, sensors instantly locate the damaged area while electricity is rerouted to the affected area. Crews no longer need to investigate multiple transformers to isolate a problem, and blackouts are reduced as a result. This also prevents any kind of domino effect from setting off a rolling blackout. Overall, this new Internet of Energy is far more sustainable, efficient, and reliable. Energy costs are reduced while paving the way to a post-carbon economy. Countries that quickly adopt smart grids are better protected from oil shocks, while greenhouse gas emissions are reduced by almost 20% in some nations. As the shift to clean energy continues, this situation will only improve, expanding to even larger scales. Regions begin merging their grids together on a country-to-country and eventually continent-wide basis. The next event that we anticipate is coal power being phased out in Germany. During the 20th century, Germany obtained its electricity predominantly from fossil fuels, particularly coal, and then later also nuclear power. As Europe's largest consumer of electricity, it had very high carbon emissions, ranking sixth in the world. At the dawn of the 21st century, however, a radical change began to occur as its supply shifted to new, less polluting forms of energy. In 2010, the German government published Energiewende, Energy Transition, a key policy document outlining targets for increasing the share of renewables in power consumption, which included greenhouse gas (GHG) emission reductions of 80% to 95% by 2050 relative to 1990. Following the Japanese Fukushima disaster of 2011, The government removed the use of nuclear power as a bridging technology, and the decision was taken further to phase out nuclear altogether. We are on coal power being phased out by Germany. We are in coal power being phased out by Germany. You need to scroll down. Yes. Following the I say every single time we start a new section, the next section will be. When I say that, you just have to listen for that. Following the Japanese Fukushima disaster of 2011, the government removed the use of nuclear power as a bridging technology, and the decision was taken further to phase out nuclear altogether by 2023. This move triggered a brief rise in coal to make up the shortfall. However, renewables were expanding rapidly, with solar and wind forming an ever larger share of electric generating capacity. In 2019, a government-appointed coal commission introduced a proposed pathway to phase out all coal power within 2 decades. By the end of the 2010s, Germany had 40 gigawatts of installed coal power capacity, with 21 gigawatts fired by bituminous coal, referred to as hard coal by Germany's Federal Network Agency, and 19 gigawatts by lignite, or brown coal. A bituminous coal plant, Datteln 4, entered service in mid-2020, adding 1.1 gigawatts and becoming Germany's last ever coal plant to be newly connected to the grid. The government planned to take all 84 sites offline by 2038. In September 2021, Germany held federal elections, with Angela Merkel stepping down and the ruling Union parties CDU-CSU recording their worst ever result. Olaf Scholz of the Social Democratic Party (SDP) formed a three-way coalition alongside the Free Democratic Party (FDP) and the Greens. As part of the deal, Germany's previous commitment to phase out coal power would be brought forward by 8 years, from 2038 to 2030. During the first half of the 2020s, many plants voluntarily went offline in the north, west, and south of the country. As renewables continued to surge in capacity, forced closures occurred in the latter part of the decade. The phase out had commenced in western Germany to soften the impact in the economically poorer eastern side of the country. By 2030, the final plant shutdown has occurred. More than 80% of Germany's electricity is now generated by renewables. As part of this transition, it is now compulsory for solar energy to be included on the roofs of all new commercial buildings, while each of the country's 16 states must provide at least 2% of their land area for wind power. Around 15 million of Germany's cars are now electric, as the European Union nears its target of phasing out new cars with internal combustion engines by 2035. Germany continues to make progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, on its way to net zero by 2045. The next event that we anticipate is an interstellar message arriving at Lutyens star. Lutyens star GJ273 is a red dwarf located about 12.4 light years from Earth. Despite its relatively close proximity, it has a visual magnitude of only 9.9, making it too faint to be seen with the naked eye. It was named after William Lutyens, who, in collaboration with Edwin G. Ebbinghaus, first determined its high proper motion in 1935. Lutyens star is 1/4 the mass of the Sun and has 35% of the radius. In March 2017, 2 planets were discovered orbiting Lutyens star. The outer planet, GJ273b, was a super-Earth with 2.9 Earth masses and found to be lying in the habitable zone with potential for liquid water on the surface. The inner planet GJ273c had 1.2 Earth masses but orbited much closer with an orbital period of only 4.7 days. In October 2017, a project known as Sonar Calling GJ273 was initiated. This would send music through deep space in the direction of Luton's star in an attempt to communicate with extraterrestrial intelligence. The project, organized by Messaging Extraterrestrial Intelligence, MEDI, and Sonar, a music festival in Barcelona, Spain, beamed a series of radio signals from a radar antenna at Gramjordmoen, Norway. The first transmissions were sent on the 16th, 17th, and 18th of October, with a second batch in April 2018. This became the first radio message ever sent to a potentially habitable exoplanet. The message included 33 music pieces and 10 seconds each by artists including Autechre, Jean-Michel Jarre, Kate Tempest, Code 9, Modest Hector, and Richie Houghton. Also included were scientific and mathematical tutorials set in binary code, designed to be understandable by extraterrestrials, a recording of an unborn baby girl's heartbeat, along with poetry and political statements about humans. Due to the lag from light speed over a distance of 70 trillion miles, the earliest possible date for a response to arrive back would be 2042. The next event that we anticipate is the FIFA World Cup 2030. The FIFA World Cup is held from 18th of June to 21st of July 2030. The tournament is especially significant as it marks the centenary of the first ever World Cup, held in July 1930. Back then, only 13 teams competed, with host Uruguay emerging victorious in the final, defeating Argentina with a score of 4-2. In 2030, a total of 48 teams are playing. For the first time, 3 countries from 2 continents are hosting the competition: Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. Additionally, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay are part of the hosting to commemorate the 100th anniversary. Alongside a special centenary celebration, the first game is played at Estadio Centenario Stadium in Montevideo, Uruguay, where the 1930 final took place. The second and third games are played in Argentina and Paraguay, respectively. The rest of the games and the opening ceremony are held in Morocco, Portugal, and Spain. The 2030 World Cup, while undoubtedly a historic and much celebrated event, faces logistical challenges due to its geographic spread. It has caused a backlash from fans, football officials, and environmental groups because of the large distance between Europe and South America. This requires considerable plane travel, increases the carbon footprint of FIFA, and means that players have only a short amount of rest after traveling back to the main hosts in Iberia and Morocco. The next event that we anticipate are AI-designed antibiotics that are available on prescription. During the late 2010s and early 2020s, artificial intelligence (AI) became an increasingly powerful tool for medical research, demonstrating potential in expediting the drug discovery process. Deep learning algorithms grew rapidly in capability, analyzing huge data sets to predict the likely effectiveness of millions of chemical compounds. This began to significantly reduce both the time and costs involved in the initial stages of research. Antibiotic resistance had emerged as a serious and worsening threat to public health. Absent new treatments such as bacteria and superbugs, the world faced a more than tenfold increase in deaths from these infections, potentially surpassing cancer to reach 10 million a year by 2050. In 2020, a team at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology (MIT) used an in silico deep learning approach to identify a powerful new antibiotic compound named halicin after the fictional AI Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey. The algorithm, trained on a data set of about 2,500 molecules, picked out those with greatest potential to kill bacteria using different mechanisms than existing drugs. In laboratory tests, the drug killed many of the world's most problematic disease-causing bacteria, including some strains resistant to all known treatments. It also cleared infections in two different mouse models. Halicin's unusual mechanisms of action involved disrupting a bacterial cell's ability to maintain a normal electrochemical membrane gradient, thus inhibiting metabolism and resulting in cell death. In 2023, researchers from MIT, in collaboration with McMaster University, used AI to develop another new compound. This time, the training data set involved 7,500 molecules, halicin, the triple the number of halicin. The resulting drug, called albuquin, showed effectiveness against Acinetobacter baumannii, one of three superbugs identified by the World Health Organization as a critical threat to humanity. Its mode of action involved inhibiting lipoprotein transport. Researchers believe that its precision would make it harder for drug-resistant bacteria to emerge and could lead to fewer side effects. Further testing in the laboratory led to even more potent versions of both halicin and albucin, followed by clinical trials. These and other drugs began to emerge as a promising solution to antibiotic resistance. The first generation of AI-designed antibiotics became available on prescription by 2030. The next event that we anticipate is depression is the number one global disease burden. When measured by years of life lost, depression has now overtaken heart disease to become the leading global disease burden. This includes both years lived in a state of poor health and years lost due to premature death. Principal causes of depression include debt worries, unemployment, crime, violence, especially family violence, war, environmental degradation, and disasters. The ongoing economic stagnation around the world is a major contributing factor. However, progress is being made with destigmatizing mental illness. The next event that we anticipate is child mortality approaching 2% globally. Childhood mortality, defined as the number of children dying under the age of 5, was a major issue during the 20th century. In 1970, more than 14% of children worldwide never saw their fifth birthday, while in Africa the figure was even higher at over 24%. The gap between rich and poor nations was staggering, with a mortality rate of only 24 per 1,000 live births in most industrialized countries, an order of magnitude lower. Improvements in medicine, education, economic opportunity, and living standards led to a fall in child deaths over subsequent decades. More and more children were being saved by low-tech, cost-effective, evidence-based measures. These included vaccines, antibiotics, micronutrient supplementation, insecticide-treated bed nets, improved family care and breastfeeding practices, and oral rehydration therapy. The empowerment of women, the removal of social and financial barriers to accessing basic services, new innovations that made the supply of critical services more available to the poor, and increasing local accountability were policy interventions that reduced mortality and improved equity. The UN's Millennium Development Goals included the ambiguous target of reducing by two-thirds between 1990 and 2015 the number of children dying under age 5. While this goal failed to be met in time, the progress achieved was still significant, a drop from 92 to 43 deaths per 1,000 live births. Public, private, and nonprofit organizations keen to build on their experience and ensure the continuation of this trend made childhood survival a focus on the new Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030. A new objective was set, which aimed to lower the under 5 mortality rate figure to less than 25 per 1,000 live births worldwide. With ongoing improvements in public health and education, aided by widespread access to the internet in developing regions, this new goal was largely met, with further declines in childhood mortality from 2015 to 2030. Although some regions in Africa still have unacceptably high rates, The overall worldwide figure is around 2% by 2030. One recent development now having a major impact is the mass application of gene drives to control mosquito populations, greatly reducing the number of malaria cases. Huge advances have been made in the prevention and treatment of HIV, which is no longer the death sentence it used to be. Some diseases have been eradicated by now, including polio, guinea worm, elephantiasis, river blindness, and blinding trachoma. However, the process achieved in recent decades is now threatened by the worsening problems of climate change and other environmental issues, along with antibiotic resistance. Even discounting these emerging threats, it is simply impractical and impossible to prevent every childhood death with current levels of technology and surveillance. As such, childhood mortality begins to taper off, but not reaching zero until much further into the future. The next event that we anticipate is the Muslim population significantly increasing. By 2030, the Muslim share of global population has reached 26.4%. This compares with 19.1 in 1990. Countries which have seen the largest growth rates include Ireland, 190.7% increase, Canada, 183.1% increase, Finland, 150%, Norway, 149.3%, New Zealand, 146.3%, the United States, 139.5%, and Sweden, 120.2%, which include those which have experienced the biggest falls include Lithuania, negative 33.3%, Moldova, negative 13.3%, Belarus, negative 10.5%, Japan, negative 7.6%, Guyana, negative 7.3%, Poland, negative 5%, and Hungary, negative 4%. A number of factors have driven this trend. Firstly, Muslims have higher fertility rates, more children per woman than non-Muslims. Secondly, a larger share of the Muslim population has entered or is entering the prime reproductive years, ages 15 to 29. Thirdly, health and economic gains in Muslim-majority countries have resulted in greater than average declines in childhood and infant mortality rates, with life expectancy improving faster too. Despite an increasing share of the population, the overall rate of growth for Muslims has begun to slow when compared with earlier decades. Later this century, both Muslim and non-Muslim numbers will approach a plateau as the global population stabilizes. The spread of democracy and improved access to education are emerging as major factors in these slowing fertility rates, though Islam has yet to undergo this sort of renaissance and reformation that Christianity went through. Sunni Muslims continue to make up the overwhelming majority, 90% of Muslims in 2030. The portion of the world's Muslims who are Shia has declined significantly, mainly because of relatively low fertility in Iran, where more than a third of the world's Shia Muslims live. The next event that we anticipate is orbital space junk is becoming a major problem for spaceflight. Space junk, debris left in orbit from human activities, has been steadily building in low Earth orbit for more than 70 years. It is made up of everything from spent rocket stages to defunct satellites to debris left over from accidental collisions. The size of space junk can reach up to several meters, but is most often minuscule particles such as metal shavings and paint flecks. Despite their small size, such pieces of debris often sustain speeds of 30,000 miles per hour, easily fast enough to deal significant damage to a spacecraft. Satellites, rockets, and space stations, as well as astronauts conducting spacewalks, have all had to cope with the increasing damage caused by collisions with these particles. One of the biggest issues is One of the biggest issues with space junk is the fact that it grows exponentially. This trend, along with the increasing number of countries entering space, has made orbital collisions happen almost regularly in recent years. The newest spacefaring nations have been particularly affected. Events similar to the 2009 collision of the US Iridium and Russian Cosmos satellites have raised fears of the so called Kessler syndrome. This scenario is where Space junk reaches a critical mass, triggering a chain reaction of collisions until virtually every satellite and man made object in an orbital band has been reduced to debris. Such an event could destroy the global economy and render future space travel almost impossible. By 2030, the amount of space junk in orbit has tripled compared to 2011. Countless millions of fragments can now be found at various levels of orbit. A new generation of shielding for spacecraft and rockets is being developed, along with tougher and more durable spacesuits for astronauts. This includes the use of self-healing nanotechnology materials, though expenses are too high to outfit everything. Larger chunks of debris have also been impacting Larger chunks of debris have also been impacting on Earth itself more frequently, though most land and ocean since the planet's surface is 70% covered in water. A few crash on land, necessitating early warning systems for people in affected areas. Increased regulation has begun to mitigate the growth of space debris. Increased regulation has begun to mitigate the growth of space debris, while better shielding and repair technology has reduced the frequency of damage. Increased computing power and tracking systems are also helping to predict the path of debris and instruct spacecraft to avoid the most dangerous areas. Options to physically move debris are also being deployed, including nets and harpoons fired from small satellites, along with ground based lasers that can push junk into decaying orbits so it burns up in the atmosphere. Despite this, space junk remains an expensive problem for now. The next event that we anticipate is the UK space industry quadrupling in size. In 2010, the UK government established the United Kingdom Space Agency (UKSA). UKSA. This replaced the British National Space Centre and took over responsibility for key budgets and policies on space exploration, representing the country in all negotiations on space matters and bringing together all space activities under one single management. By 2014, the UK's thriving space sector was contributing over £9 billion, or $15.2 billion, to the economy each year and directly employing 29,000 people with an average growth rate of almost 7.5%. Recognizing its strong potential, the government backed plans for a fourfold expansion of the industry. New legal frameworks allowed a spaceport to be established in the UK, triggering growth of space tourism, launch services, and other high-tech companies. By 2030, the UK has become a major player in the space industry with a global market share of 10%. Having quadrupled in size, its space industry now contributes £40 billion, or $67 billion a year, to the economy and has generated over 100,000 new high-skilled jobs. The UK has significantly increased its leadership and influence in crucial areas like satellite communications, Earth observation, disaster relief, and climate change monitoring. The growth of space-based products and services means the UK is now among the first 100% broadband-enabled countries in the world. This has also reduced the cost of delivering government services to all citizens, regardless of their location. The next event that we anticipate is the Lockheed Martin SR-72 entering service. The SR-72 is an unmanned hypersonic aircraft intended for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Developed by Lockheed Martin, it is the long-awaited successor to the SR-71 Blackbird that was retired in 1998. The plane combines both a traditional turbine and a scramjet to achieve speeds of Mach 6, making it twice as fast as the SR-71 and capable of crossing the Atlantic Ocean in under an hour. A scaled demonstrator was built and tested in 2018. This was followed by a full-size demonstrator in 2023 and then entry into service by 2030. The SR-72 is similar in size to the SR-71 at approximately 100 feet or 30 meters long, with an operational altitude of 80,000 feet or 24,300 meters. Combined with its speed, the SR-72 is almost impossible to shoot down. The next event that we anticipate is half of America's shopping malls being closed. For much of the 20th century, shopping malls were an intrinsic part of American culture. At their peak in the mid-1990s, the country was building 140 new shopping malls every year. but from the early 2000s onward, underperforming and vacant malls, known as Grayfield and Dead Mall Estates, became an emerging problem. In 2007, a year before the Great Recession, no new malls were built in America for the first time in half a century. Only a single new mall, City Creek Center Mall in Salt Lake City, was built between 2007 and 2012. The economic health of surviving malls continued to decline, with high vacancy rates creating an oversupply glut. A number of changes had occurred in shopping and driving habits. More and more people were living in cities with fewer interested in driving, and people in general spending less than before. Tech savvy millennials in particular had embraced new ways of living. The internet had made it far easier to identify the cheapest products and to order items without having to be physically there in person. In earlier decades, this had mostly affected digital goods such as music, books, and videos, which could be obtained in a matter of seconds. But even clothing was eventually possible to download thanks to the proliferation of 3D printing in the home. Many of these abandoned malls are now being converted to other uses, such as housing. The next event that we anticipate is 8K VR headsets becoming common. 8K displays amounting to 33 megapixels of resolution per eye are a fairly standard feature of virtual reality VR in 2030. These offer quadruple the pixel count of the best consumer VR products from a decade earlier. Following a long period with little or no activity, the VR industry saw a major revival from around 2015 onwards. A prototype of the Oculus Rift and its subsequent commercial releases led to dozens of competitors within a few years, including models a with better resolution and fields of view (FOV). Having initially been a somewhat expensive and niche form of entertainment, VR declined greatly in cost during the 2020s. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated its mainstream adoption. By 2030, the quality of VR has improved exponentially. The latest screens now provide breathtaking detail and realism, ultra-low latency, and wide field of view, while a variety of new features are combined to enhance the level of immersion and interactivity still further. For example, for most headsets now include as standard the option for a brain-computer interface to record users' electrical signals, enabling actions to be directed by merely thinking about them. Such technology had already begun to emerge some years previously, but has now improved greatly in terms of speed, accuracy, and ubiquity. Non-invasive sensors placed on the scalp are now far the preferred choice of mainstream BCI brain-computer interface use. However, more advanced options for invasive BCIs have now begun to emerge as the technology shifts from purely clinical uses such as treating paralysis and into business, leisure, and entertainment. Although still at a niche and experimental phase of development, early adopters willing to undergo surgery and have electrodes touching the surface of the brain can use bidirectional links for both reading and writing information to their neocortex. In VR gaming, these more invasive PCIs can increase the level of immersion, tricking the senses in new ways, tricking the senses in ways that bring a player closer to the action. New visual, auditory, and tactile sensations are made possible by stimulating both the motor and visual cortex. These effects are rather limited at this stage and exploited by only the most hardcore gamers, but provide more lifelike ways of interacting with simulated people, objects, and environments. This decade sees more progress with BCI, brain computer interface technology, as well as the number of electrodes used in the implants grows by leaps and bounds, enabling larger and more complex brain patterns to be recorded and decoded. In addition to gaming, BCIs gain popularity from the enhancement of wellness functions such as for guided meditation and the improvement of sleep quality. At the same time, ethical issues are emerging over consent, privacy, identity, and agency, especially when BCIs are combined with AI. The next event that we anticipate are 100 terabyte HDDs reaching the consumer level. As of 2020, consumer level hard disk drives (HDDs) featured capacities up to a maximum of about 18 terabytes, while solid state drives (SSDs) have been available with greater storage sizes for enterprise grade users as well as faster transfer speeds. Traditional hard disk drives remained a relevant and attractive alternative thanks to their much lower costs. With perpendicular magnetic recording (PMR) approaching its limits, even boosted with two-dimensional magnetic recording (TDMR), the capacity of HDDs had seen a reduced rate of growth in the 2010s. However, an innovative technique known as heat-assisted magnetic recording (HAMR) allowed data to be written to much smaller spaces. This provided a major acceleration in storage capabilities during the 2020s, creating a new paradigm for HDD with successive generations now able to jump in larger steps of 4 terabytes, 6 terabytes, or even 10 terabytes at a time. Although data densities continued to grow rapidly, transfer speeds became an increasingly important consideration. Vast storage volumes needed to be accessible at rates commensurate with their size. To boost the IOPS per terabyte performance of HDDs, multi-actuator drives began to emerge. For example, using two actuators instead of one could almost double throughput. For example, using two actuators instead of one could almost double throughput. With 50 terabyte consumer level HDDs on sale in 2026, hard drive makers continue to innovate and find ways of making data both smaller and faster, driven by the world's ever growing demand for storage. By 2030, consumer PCs have access to 100 terabyte hard disk drives, quintupling the figure of a decade earlier. The next event that we anticipate is the completion of Saudi Vision 2030. This year sees the realization of long-term strategic framework by Saudi Arabia, intended to reduce the country's dependence on oil, diversify its economy, and develop public service sectors such as education, health infrastructure, recreation, and tourism. The key goals of Saudi Vision 2030 include reinforcing economic and investment activities, increasing non-oil international trade, and promoting a softer and more secular image of the kingdom. Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman first announced the vision in 2016. The Saudi Council of Economic and Development Affairs (CEDA) then began identifying and monitoring the steps crucial for implementation by 2030. The CEDA established 13 programs called Vision Realization Programs covering the different areas such as energy, finance, housing, quality of life, and transport. The kingdom's goals for 2030 included to move Saudi Arabia from the 19th largest economy in the world into the top 15, to increase non-oil government revenue from SAR 163 billion US $14.5 billion to at least SAR 1 trillion US 267 billion, to increase women's participation in the workforce from 22% to 30%, to increase small and medium-sized enterprise (SME) contribution to GDP from 20% to 35%, to increase the private sector's contribution from 40% to 65% of GDP, to increase household spending on cultural and entertainment activities inside the kingdom from the current level of 2.9% to 6%, to increase the ratio of individuals exercising at least once a week from 13% of the population to 40%, to increase the average life expectancy from 74 years to 80 years, to have 3 Saudi cities be recognized in the top 1% of cities in the world, to more than double the number of Saudi heritage sites registered with UNESCO. Alongside these socio-economic measures, proposals for various large-scale projects began to emerge. The developers intended to both improve the country's domestic transport and infrastructure and to showcase Saudi Arabia to the world as a destination for leisure and investment. They included new retail, hotel, entertainment, cultural, and residential mega projects, as well as industrial, logistics, and corporate facilities. By far the costliest and most prominent took the form of 500 billion. By far the costliest and most prominent took the form of a $500 billion smart city in the northwestern corner of the country, known as Neom, a portmanteau of the Greek word neos, meaning new, and mustaqbal, the Arabic word for future. This would operate independently from the existing governmental framework with its own tax and labor laws and an autonomous judicial system. According to its developers, Neom would be a hub of innovation where global business and emerging players can research, incubate, and commercialize groundbreaking technologies to accelerate human progress. In 2021, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman unveiled the first major development within the Neom Zone, a planned city named The Line. The line, as it has been suggested, would consist of a long, linear development stretching for over 170 kilometers or 105 miles. This huge continuous urban belt would enable the Red Sea coastline to the west to be linked with mountains and upper valleys in the east. The developers intended it to redefine the traditional layout of a city by emphasizing a strong focus on nature, livability, health, and community connections. The line's master plan called for a building around nature rather than over it and specified large areas of land to be preserved for conservation. The need for cars and other vehicles would be eliminated, with all essential daily needs provided within a 5-minute walk for every resident. The project would include a system of ultra-high speed mass transit running its complete length, with businesses and communities also hyper-connected through a digital framework incorporating artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics. The AI would monitor the city using predictive and data models to optimize daily life for citizens in various ways. The line would be self-sufficient with locally grown food powered by 100% clean energy, home to abundant parks and other green spaces, and with sustainable and regenerative practices adopted throughout the city. The developers completed phase one of the line 20. The developers completed phase one of the line by 2025. Following subsequent expansion, its population has reached over a million by 2030, and the city has now boosted Saudi Arabia's economy by SAR $180 billion, US $48 billion, or I should say SAR 180 billion, US $48 billion. In addition to advanced technologies, the line boasts other features. Its location makes it favorable in terms of weather and climate conditions, being one of the few areas of Saudi Arabia to experience snowfall in winter, as well as benefiting from the ocean breeze and aquatic recreation opportunities. Temperatures are 10 degrees Celsius lower than the average for the Arabian Peninsula. As a further geographic advantage, it can also be reached by more than 40% of the world's population in less than a 4-hour flight, while 13% of global trade already flows through the Red Sea. The line serves as a model for future developments within the Neom Zone, while also inspiring other large scale infrastructure projects both in Saudi Arabia and around the world. The next event that we anticipate is the High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider entering operation. The High Luminosity Large Hadron Collider (HLLHC) enters operation at CERN, marking the most extensive upgrade in the history of the Large Hadron Collider. The new configuration increases the machine's luminosity by a factor of 5 to 7. Luminosity measures how many particle collisions occur in a given time. Higher luminosity means more collisions, more data, and a greater chance of spotting rare phenomena. Over its lifetime, the HLLHC collects around 10 times more data than the original LHC. The dramatic increase allows physicists to study known particles with far greater precision and to search more effectively for signs of physics beyond the standard model. The upgraded collider produces at least 15 million Higgs bosons per year, compared with around 1.2 million produced during the Large Hadron Collider's first runs in 2011 and through 2012, enabling detailed measurements and its properties that were previously impossible. CERN had originally aimed to bring the HLLHC online in the mid 2020s, but the schedule shifted due to the scale and complexity of the required upgrades. Although some early components were installed during the Large Hadron Collider's long shutdown from 2018 to 2022, most of the new equipment and major experiment upgrades were carried out during Long Shutdown 3, which took place between 2026 and 2029. Following installation and commissioning, the startup of HLLHC physics operations Run 4 occurs in 2030. With data collection now underway, researchers can probe the Higgs boson with unprecedented accuracy and place far tighter constraints on new theories, helping to guide the future direction of high energy physics beyond the LHC area. Helping to guide the future direction of high energy physics beyond the LHC era. The next event that we anticipate is the entire ocean floor being mapped. While humans had long ago conquered the Earth's land masses, the deep oceans lay mostly unexplored. In the early years of the 21st century, only 20% of the global ocean floor had been mapped in detail. Even the surfaces of the Moon, Mars, and other planets were better understood. With data now becoming as important a commodity as oil, researchers set out to acquire knowledge of the remaining 80% and uncover a potential treasure trove of hidden information. Seabed 2030, a collaborative project between the Nippon Foundation of Japan and General Bathymetric Chart of the Oceans (GEPCO), aimed to bring together all available bathymetric data to produce a definitive map of the world ocean floor by 2030. As part of the effort, fleets of automated vessels capable of transoceanic journeys would cover millions of square miles, carrying with them an array of sensors and other technology. These uncrewed ships, monitored by a control center in Southampton, UK, would deploy tethered robots to inspect points of interest all the way down to the floor of the ocean, thousands of meters below the surface. By 2030, the project is largely complete. The maps provide a wealth of new information on the global seabed, revealing its geology in unprecedented detail and showing the location of ecological hotspots as well as many shipwrecks, crashed planes, archaeological artifacts, and other unique and interesting sites. Commercial applications include the inspection of pipelines and surveying of bed conditions for telecoms, cables, offshore wind farms, and so on. However, concerns are raised over the potential impact of new undersea mining technology, the opportunities for which are now greatly increased. And with that, we have concluded the first year of the next decade of 2030, addressing many important issues. Tony, what are your thoughts? I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely. Some other things that I find are going to be really interesting as we move into the next decade: child mortality decreasing. Hopefully, we can consider to continue to see that number of 2% child mortality rate being reduced. 6G as a standard being released is quite interesting. I'm always about communication and connectivity, no matter where it is, and I always want faster, better, stronger, uh, more efficient. I'm always generally an advocate of that. Uh, we really see China rising as a leader its global position with its nuclear stockpile exceeding over 1,000 weapons and its Long March 9 rocket perhaps with lunar missions. Certainly, global warming is always going to be an issue, at least in the general future. So we always need to ensure that we are minimizing any uh, human aided carbon emissions that are possible. I think that things like half of America's shopping malls being closed, like you had mentioned, uh, it's a sign of the times, and hopefully we can convert these spaces into places that could be reutilized. Perhaps there could be some type of mall like Renaissance in some areas. People are very keen on nostalgia, and I would like to see people still be able to use the mall in one way or another, perhaps not in as large array as possible as was once the case, because we do see the internet replacing many of these facilities, but perhaps in some areas it might still be a fun place to go. And then for those where they have closed, to see housing uh, to be these areas to be used for housing would be really important. The Lockheed Martin SR-72, wow, the ability to cross the Atlantic in less than an hour is really an amazing undertaking. Of course, the entire ocean floor being mapped, I think, is an amazing opportunity. I also call on an organization like Google that has mapped the general roads of the Earth and many of the areas above the surface to perhaps have some kind of plan or project to map the ocean floors like a street view. You could have an ocean view, and you can actually see the the geology and the topography of the ocean floor from a real time, or at least a real view if you were in, say, a submarine at that depth of the ocean. Other things that I think are going to be interesting are the smart grids, certainly AI designed antibiotics. One really interesting one is depression being the number one global disease burden. And hopefully, we're able to develop ways to lessen that. That's unfortunate because, in a lot of ways, I would hope that we would be able to control that. But yes, those are some of the events that we anticipate. 8K VR headsets, that'll be really great. 100 terabyte hard disk drives on the consumer level. Absolutely. Let's do our best to make these efficient and economical for your average individual. And we really see the rise of Saudi Arabia in many of these discussions alongside China and some of the other emerging industrial powers. With that, do you have anything else to add, Tony? I am as well. And with that, both Tony and I want to thank you for being here. And we should say that none of these are absolute for certain, but this is just what people in 2026 anticipate for the future. And we look forward to being alongside you all, whether now or into the future, whenever you're watching this, to see how accurate many of these predictions are. With that, we want to thank you, and we'll see you next time. Cut. Okay, that was great. I know that you're tired, and I get that. I am too. Here's what I want to do. Um, if it's okay with you, uh, I know I've got a lot of things going with my computer, so hopefully the amount of time it takes for me to upload this will be shortened. Um, I'm going to create a Google document. You know what a Google Doc is? Okay, and I'm going to share it with you. Do you have a Google account? Okay, so can you email me your Google account and I'll share it with you? And what this will be are the descriptions for every year that we have, as well as I'm going to do my best to put out press releases for each one of these years. And then you can read them and we can make changes to them as needed. How does that sound? Okay, so you're going to email me your you're going to email me your whatever your username or yeah your Gmail, and then I will share with you the document. And you did get the descriptions for 2027 and 2028 and 2029 and 2030, and I'll just keep making them like that. And yeah, this was really good. Yeah. What do you mean? Can I leave? Yeah, most certainly, most certainly. But I have to keep this window open. You know that, right? Okay. I know, and we did a lot today. We did our closing, and we did 2 years, so that's good. All right, excellent. And then if you need me, come to the Discord. Okay. All right. Take care, big dog. Absolutely.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
can you hear me? You need to come back. It's like your is not incomprehend. I don't know what is going on.
What did you say?
It looks like you didn't finish uploading.
It says uploading your recording right now, so I'm still uploading. It's still uploading.
I don't know. Yeah.
It went from 43 to 44%.
Like I have I'm gonna send you on DMs on Discord.
Okay, wait. What do you say? Can't we just let it upload?
I don't know. I'm gonna send you that on the Discord.
Okay, what does it say?
Send it. Just wait.
Can you send me a screenshot?
Yeah. Okay, no.
Well, yeah, it's incomplete, but it's still going.
Okay.
So it was like just when we started, it was at 44%. Now it's at 47%. So probably in the next, I don't know.
I don't have I don't have that number, so I was right. Because I don't have that number there.
That's okay. What happens when you press resolve?
Well, resolve is send an email, a copy instruction.
Yeah. So right now it's at 48%. So it's gone up 4% just in the, it'd probably be like 20 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm. I hope.
Well,
hope
I mean,
like,
in worst case scenario, I've got like
mm-hmm.
multiple versions of it, but I mean, I just did what you told me to do when you were like, "Can you leave?" And I was like, "Yeah."
I'm sorry. Yeah. I was. Yes, I fucked up.
That's okay.
Maybe. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let me see what it's at now. Okay, it's at 49% now. So, it went up like 5%. It's going up like 1% a minute, or maybe a little more. So.
Okay, so like I will be back in 20 minutes, and I hope it will going to do.
Okay.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Excellent. Bye.
Wow, that's pretty good. Amazing, Wesley.
We should have sang it set.
Yeah. Wesley, how long have you been doing music for?
21 years.
You seem very talented. What made you want to start stand-up 3 years plus?
Music didn't work out, you know.
Why? How?
I'm still here, you know. I'm just in obscurity.
You drove up from San Diego just for this?
With a couple buddies, yeah.
Nice.
You look like Whoopi Goldberg from Fozzie Bear. That's a compliment.
I like it. No,
it is true.
What's your favorite thing to do when you're not doing stand-up?
Oh.
Ketamine.
Wow. That's amazing.
Hell yeah.
Maybe that's why you look like Bob Marley's foot at the end of his life. That's where his infection was. A little fun fact for those of you that don't know. Amazing. Wesley, when you say you make money doing music, though?
I mean, barely, you know, but we're paying the bills.
Just doing music and comedy?
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Amazing. How hard is that? What's your living situation like?
I'm in a house, but I'm about to move into a car and head to New York, so I was going to get some.
What makes you want to move to New York? Comedy?
More the transportation. I love the subways and trains, so I don't want to drive everywhere.
You're going to live in your car and take the train and subway places?
Yeah.
That's a very interesting method that you figured out.
Yeah, the car's gonna be standalone. It'll be, you know.
I hope it's a fast car because you look like Tracy Chapman's brother with AIDS.
Can I ask you something as a singer? I mean, normally I ask comedy questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Go right ahead.
Bro, as a singer, I'm just curious. Can I hear your highest note that you can hit?
I'm really bad at like a falsetto, but. Yeah, it's going to be really embarrassing. My voice is going to crack.
Do it.
I don't even know.
How about low?
Wait, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Oh, you're a train, my little friend.
Thank you.
I love it.
I love it.
Wesley, give us one more other crazy fun fact about your life.
I was the one who gave Doug Stanhope ketamine at Skankfest.
Oh, wow. I actually watched him snort that.
And he was in the bathroom with you. He was in the urinal.
What's up, Zoot?
Away from the urinal. He said, Tony, I just...
Zoot. Zoot. How you living, pimp?
I was just debating a flat earther.
You were just debating what?
A flat earther.
How did it go?
I said the earth can't be flat because if the earth was flat, it would have edges. There's terrain on earth, but there's no edges.
What did they say?
So they said that's dumb. And then I was like, well, how come the ocean isn't falling off the edge of the earth?
And what did they say?
I don't know. They were just dominant.
Okay, where did you
They
debate?
didn't have a response.
Where did you debate them?
On Telegram.
Where in Telegram?
On a private chat.
How did you meet them?
In the Telegram group.
What Telegram group?
That crypto one.
Oh, okay. All right, are you ready for my questions for you?
Yeah.
Were you in here earlier? And did you see me with Tony?
Yeah, early this morning.
Like a couple hours ago?
No, like 12 hours ago.
Oh, no. Okay, so you hadn't come in here recently, right?
No.
Okay. My next question for you is, how's CHB doing?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know who potentially is the most beautiful woman ever of us? No, not ever. Okay, yeah, we'll do prettiest woman ever from Australia and prettiest living woman from Australia. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you think is the prettiest woman ever from Australia? I'll wait.
Ever?
Ever.
There wouldn't be someone famous.
No, she's very famous.
Margot Robbie?
No, she's not alive.
Oh, she's not alive?
No.
Not alive.
No, she died within the last 10 years. Are you going to answer or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
I'm trying to think.
She was very popular in the 1970s.
Olivia Newton-John?
That's correct. Do you think Olivia Newton-John was pretty?
I can't remember what she looks like.
Yeah, she's hot as fuck. All right, now, who do you think is the prettiest living Australian? I have a very controversial take on this. It's obvious that you could say Margot Robbie. That shouldn't even be an argument because they're that's anyone other than Margot Robbie. Because if you said, well, I think the prettiest living Australian is Margot Robbie, I can't really argue with that. She's beautiful. Do you want a hint?
What?
She had her peak in the 1990s.
Nicole Kidman.
You know what? That's actually, you could choose Nicole Kidman, and I'd be okay with that too. So let's not include her.
Kate Blanchett.
No, not Kate Blanchett. She's very pretty. No. You want another clue?
Cool.
This person is a musical artist.
I know who you're thinking of. I just blanked on their name.
Okay. Of whom am I thinking?
But one of the most famous people in Australia. Kylie Minogue.
No, it's not Kylie Minogue.
They're a pop star?
Yep. She had like a giant hit in the United States in the mid 1990s. Giant. And if you look
Natalie
at
Imbruglia.
who?
Natalie Imbruglia.
Yeah, Natalie Imbruglia. Yeah, that's right. How did you guess this?
There's a bunch of pop stars, and they all came from the TV series Neighbours, which is a soap opera.
Did she come from that?
Yeah.
Have you seen this woman?
No.
You don't know what she looks like?
Delta Goodrum's the hottest.
They what?
Delta Goodrum.
What?
I said Delta Goodrum's the hottest.
Nobody knows who that is.
Look her up.
Okay, well, I'm busy right now, Dad. But I will in a few moments.
The same age as you, isn't it?
Okay, 0 to 10, how hot is in her peak? Margot Robbie.
God, I don't like ranking women, but probably a 9.5.
I'm in agreement with you on that, dog. That's good. Yeah, if you would have said 9.9, I would have said she's not like, she's like extremely beautiful, but 9.
No one's a 10. Everyone has goals.
I'm a 10, and everybody knows it. But everybody else, yeah, I'll agree with you. Are you ready to lose?
AI says I'm a 7.5, so.
AI says what?
I'm a 7.5.
Who's a 7.5?
Me.
You can give it a picture of yourself and it'll tell you what you are?
Yeah.
Well, it broke when I gave it to it because it said it's never experienced such perfection.
I'm a 10. Check. I'm a 10 to somebody.
That's all that matters, big dog.
You're a 10 to somebody too, but
yeah, it's known as all chicks on earth. That's all about which I care.
Nobody is a 10 to ever. You can be the most handsome man in the world, and there's some woman out there that will think you're ugly.
Not this one. Zoot, I'm gonna ask you a question, and this is a serious question. I want you to scale 0 to 10. How good are you at mini golf? What are you?
4.
You think that you're a 4? Okay.
Maybe a 6.
I would say that you are a rise and shine. Look who it is, Reverend Andrew. Hope you're doing well. He's still got to get his sleep. He hasn't slept long.
Well, here's the thing. I would be better than the average person that comes in and plays mini golf.
I mean, there's a way to get these rankings. If you're above a 1200 in rankings, then you are better than average. And like the highest people in the world are like a 1500 or something like that.
I'm a 1200.
Yeah, but you don't play ranked, do you?
Really?
Dude, I've been playing it a lot. I'm a 1300, and I have to work pretty hard to get back. But they changed it, so I don't really. I used to be better, but that was when you would play 1 versus 1 for 3 holes. Now you play 3 versus like one versus it's 1 versus 1 versus 1, so it's 3 people now, and that definitely adds a lot more difficulty because before if you, let's say you won the first hole, all you have to do is play extremely defensively for the second and the third hole, and chances are you're going to win. But not now. Now it's much more difficult.
Holy on pool, I'm ranked 1264.
You're pretty good at pool.
On trick shot, I'm in the top 2,942 on pool in the trick shot.
Are you proud of that?
That's pretty good.
I think it's pretty good too.
I'm in the top 30,000 on Dice Party.
Top 30,000 or top 3,000?
30,000.
How aren't you better than that?
It's just luck.
What are you in? Four Connect 4